被中门一头顶到。阿乐这波 AOE 已经打得非常足了，自己开了手金身，虎力一心，只要找少爷，少爷有点扛不太住了，掉出了第一条命。同时格温和狐狸两个人在看他，这有可能是 JDG 一波比赛的节奏。少爷已经拉扯不了了，格温开出自己的4律长流。不帮不助，兄弟情了。对。 这 Scott 吗？
闪没进啊！
哇，嘎啦这么勇啊！闪现挂 Q 技能。
大斯科这里好像要死了，留下已经差8秒，精准弹幕很精准。
几句话之间的阶梯都要马上龙魂了。LPL 这把龙魂确实放了很多啊，那魏现在又危险了。卡莎看看哦，大招差一点点，否则的话他很有可能就要飞过去收割微微的人头了。
拉姆大招还有一点在侧面给压力。是的。
这个压力确实很大，为什么小龙被抢到了？但是自己抢龙的一瞬间也要被换掉，闪现一个绽放，做出4个人，这波要迎来卡莎的收割时刻，再加上英雄登场，震起来2个，夸抓。
Speaking of Teats game, whatever.
2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。 全新纯电 G 级越野车，越野图腾，御殿峡谷。微信搜索李宁官方小程序，即可定制队员专属 ID 队服。打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶一口。OPPO Find X8 系列抬手就出片，招牌氛围感。 TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占嘛。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。 英特尔酷睿 Ultra 台式机处理器，解锁 AI 新境界。
双剑合一，下面人，哇，这鳄鱼有点太狠了，还来个带血双剑。
That'll be my coffee, which I desperately need.
《欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。Thunder Talk Gaming， 上单火雅、打野北川，中单 ZF， 下路伊查恩，辅助 Feather。 接下来，让我们欢迎 Royal Never Give Up。上单小徐，打野 Milky Way， 中单汤圆，下路佳琪，辅助 Nike。
sorry I was AFK there for a little bit, folks. I needed caffeine, so coffee was on. I'm assuming that the teams come on stage. Did I miss anything fun with that? Also, your brother better be asleep, or I'm gonna ask you to be. That is some cool champion select music, and that means we've got a champion select draft for our first game of the day. TT versus RNG over in Group B of the LPL placements. Best of ones. There'll be 6 of them today, and this is our first. So TT came off of a record high split for them, and their entire LPL lineage, going back to DMO and Sino Dragon. It's been a while since they've seen those heights. Well, it's been never, actually. Well, we're already with the bands coming through. We're going to get one of Callista, Rumble, Yone through. Some very different bands. We're going to get Ambessa and Gwen through as well. Gwen is very, very powerful in this patch, which we were reminded of yesterday. Hoya is a nasty-ass Rumble, though. I think RNG have made a mistake by letting that one potentially go through. I think this is an easy Rumble first pick. It's Hoya's best champion, I think, by quite a long shot. Nymaera jungle, Chronicler top the rest of the team is actually. I mean, I'd be down for that. They might carry me to an international title. We shall see. Right, RNG, what's the response to this? So, strange bans coming through from TT, because actually, the Sejuani, Vi, and the Ezreal are all very good picks from them. All things said and done. They have the Varus banned away from them, of course, TT on the blue side. Ambessa locked into the Rumble. The Ambessa's... It's not a winning matchup versus the Rumble. You're just looking to out-team fight. You look to kind of... Most Ambessa things is like... it doesn't actually matter if you win or lose lane all the time on Ambessa. Of course, winning lane on the Ambessa is nasty because she duels so effectively and abuses her advantage very, very powerfully. But... you need to be able to combo up in team fights. That's the big thing. You just want some way to get unlocked within those team fights later on. So yeah, Hoya's Rumble has been pretty good in the last while. So I think that one's a dangerous thing to give up. However, Callista is Callista, and they've got to pop into the Ambessa later into the game too, and you break apart the Callista-Nico combo because Nico has been the choice support for Callista for a little while now, or at least in this last split. Renata locked in because the Nico is not available. Now what do you ban away? Misfortune, you can ban that away. One of the better mid lanes with the Nico. Good wombo combo with the Rumble as well. I will not stop watching your streams until Lost Returns beat Gen G like I told you they would. Alright, okay, alright. I think that you might have said that to Sam. I don't know whether you said that to me, but hey. I'll take it. Good to see you in chat. Okay, Ashe banned away. As we were saying, maybe the Misfortune come with that too. Gallia banned away from Tongyuan, who has been a long-time player of the champion. And would fit in with our aggressive dive combo. Thank you for the prediction, by the way, in chat. I appreciate that. Prediction poll. I think no one knows how to play Neferi, says Entwu in chat. I have to say, just hitting your Q2 tends to be good enough. she's quite a simple champion, all things said and done, compared to most AD assassins. I don't know if we'll be seeing her in this kind of draft though. Full AD from RNG it would be, so I guess you could go for an AP jungler, but hey. I live for the day we see Neferi coming through. TT wanting to ban away some of the aggressive options, and Galio's, as we already talked about, gone away. What else could you take away? I guess you could take away Yone if you think they're going to go for AP jungle and that. No, instead they ban away the Nocturne for something like that. No, Nocturne Orianna, Nocturne Talia we saw from... who did we see that from yesterday? We saw it from someone. Was it from JDG? I think it was. Maybe. RNG hovering over some another AD carry, which is not likely to be the case. Ornn locked in. Hang on a second. that means we've got some weird stuff happening. Ambessa is either not going top lane, or Ornn is going into jungle or mid. Is that intentional? Oh yeah, Ambessa mid could be a thing, but then you're blind picking the Ambessa mid that way. Oh yeah, that'll be likely. Yeah, it'll be the Ornn into the Rumble. Yeah, you're sorry, I'm trolling. It's the Ornn going top lane, and the Ambessa going mid with the last pick jungle. But that does mean you blind pick Ambessa mid, who is then going, you know, melee into ranged, which is why we normally see her top lane, really. Tonyman did play a game of this last split, to my memory. So the Ryze is locked in for setup. Now suddenly you have Ryze, you can kind of roam around the map, kind of rune prison someone for a long range Rumble ultimate to go onto them. And we have 1x against Caitlyn being locked in. So lane dominance from the Caitlyn Nico, trying to blast the Kalista Renata. Renata doesn't love playing against Caitlyn early. Ambessa jungle, says chat. I don't know about that one. Knowing the players, I mean, it is Milky Way, could be that. But they need some magic damage, and it'll be the Lilia into the jungle, the Ambessa into the mid lane, and the Ornn into the top lane. RNG have themselves some long range engage now, because you have the Ornn into something like the Swirl Seed, or you fish for a Swirl Seed, and then you layer the Ornn ult on top of them. Aggressive combos from RNG. They will need their Kalista to be a strong early lane, because you are going to be losing mid lane against the Ryze, who will get lane shove. Ryze does that versus melee matchups very, very easily. Rumble will be pushing in the Ornn early, but eventually, you know, Ornn can be very good in those team fights for sure. TT have the winning lanes, and I don't think they get blasted in team fights later on either. RNG strong engage though. Yeah, Tongyuan was an Ambessa main back in 2019. Damn, he was maining the champion before the champion was released. That's insane. What are my predictions for this game now? Well, I think that TT have played through obvious combos well. I think that Hoya's a good Rumble player, and Rumble is a dangerous pick to give over. So I think TT probably come out of draft feeling a bit more comfortable. Beitron also a very comfortable Poppy player. It's one of his more played champions across history. Whereas chat saying they like TT's draft more. I think on paper, yes, I'd agree with that. But, well, no, rather, I think on paper, actually, I think you'd look at RNG's comp and say it's easier to play. However, I think they have too many potentially losing lanes, which could be a bit of an issue. We need to see how that impacts Lilia's farm going into it. Hey, folks, we'll pump up the volume a little bit so we can get the game sound up. And we'll get into our first game of the day. 6 best of ones coming right at you. Brother Cass is reading chat? Yeah, yes I am. Yes I am. It's nice to have a little company there, isn't it? As we get ourselves on to the riff for our best of ones. So, folks, sit around, enjoy yourselves. You type those messages in chat. Let us know how you're feeling about stuff, as the crowd lets us know how they're feeling there too with their gyos. We're gonna get gyos. There we go. And then we get the meme chance at the end. Okay, alright, so anything to know? I have to say, I don't love Grasp here for the Ambessa. Grasp feels very hard to proc into the Ryze. You can use it against the Rumble later when you get into laning phase, but very hard to actually get that auto attack off, even with your extended attack range. Oh, that's some delayed audio, folks. I'm just going to have to quickly refresh the stream, because that's going to be really... Hang on, we might just need to wait for this fight to happen first. This level 1 has been tested pretty heavily. You just need to refresh that, just because otherwise we will have desynced audio, and that will really annoy you. Just let me tell you that right now. Well, we did refresh it, and that'll hopefully cause some issues. Okay, right, so that means we've missed the fact that Beitron has quickly cleared towards bot side, flashes in and gets the wall stun. Kill onto Naket. As TT absolutely blasts through that first level of the game. Beitron goes for early Raptors, wraps around the ward line, and then gets a kill into the Kalista lane. That's so important for TT. Because what you need to do from RNG is you need to make sure this Kalista is doing something early, because your other lanes are going to suffer. Milky Way does get a stronger clear off because of this. However, first kill over the base run means that Poppy is very, very happy with how that works. Great Poppy gank in the early game. Again, apologies that we had to refresh the stream. Was seen on the ward? I thought he just ended up being seen. I suppose what they thought is, look, he's going for an invade. He'll hit level 3. No, he's only level 2. And he's happy to go in there. Flash in. Fantastic wall stomp. And of course, also, sorry, onto Giachi, not onto Niket. I'm sorry, it's onto you, Giachi. Sorry, my mind is completely all over the place there. Mistakes for me, folks. It's not been a lot of sleep happening for me recently. Maybe I got hit with the Lily roll. Not even level 6 yet, level 3. It's a bait one. Falling behind a little bit in terms of the clear speed. But a very clean gank. Very clean gank. Great to see that. We've heard Rowsy saying, am I commentating or am I co-streaming? I'm casting, but it doesn't mean I don't keep an eye on chat as well. Because, yeah, there is no official LPL broadcast anymore, and I'm a professional caster, and people tend to like me doing that, so I tend to cast it like that. So you guys can enjoy some of these stories in a bit more of a, let's say, official capacity. You know what I mean? Sets up. Teleports into the mid lane. The cat walks in here. No flash, no heal. Forces and corral setup into Milky Way, who flashes forward, and that'll be a kill. Really good jungle support play. Good roam from the cat, who comes back out onto the map. Does that leave Jachi in a bad spot under his own turret? You can see that the Caitlyn Nico are pushing in towards bot lane. That might end up leading towards a plate going down there. But I suppose getting a kill over towards Milky Way, a Raptor steal over towards Milky Way will be traded actually for kind because Beitron's taking his own Raptors. But then getting Tanyo and an assist and some lane pressure as well, that is nice. Does cost you a bit of CS and a plate down on bot side though. Yeah, that felt like a bit like, I mean, a flash for flash on from mid lane to jungle, not normally worth it, but I guess for a Lilia tends to help. Zeta will find out that the Raptors have been taken on their own side. And we get some teleports back across the map. So we have grubs spawning in a minute, so we have some rotations coming through, some roast rotatos. Jachi and Naket heading up towards there with a minute to spare on those grubs, as we were just saying. Is Xiaoxi choosing to teleport bot side and pick up the wave? So he's not going to be impacting this next play. Wanting Hoya to answer that, so Hoya goes and teleports there. So neither top laner will be impacting the grubs fight. They'll be just grabbing XP and gold from that bot wave. Early lane's been going well for Xiaoxi. He's a good individual top laner on the whole. Hasn't had the best last split. He had a very good 23. He's 2023. I believe he was on Rare Atom for the summer of that split. He switched teams between spring and summer, but I can't remember the other team he was on. But he was definitely on RA for a bit. His individual laning definitely something to be proud of. Feather in the brush course can get a good route through here. If we can get it's nice, really good route. Can you get a trap underneath it? Yeah, they can. That's a fantastic combo from 1xN and Feather, and another trap comes through as well. Can they get the extra flash after? Yes, they can. It pits him down into the bailout. 1xN does not die to a rend after a fantastic play from 1xN and Feather. Jachi and Niket rotate up towards topside to get themselves some pressure towards the grubs, and all they find is another death in the 2v2. This is how you play out a Caitlyn and a Nico lane. Great extended route duration by hitting it through a minion first. Gets a double trap and a 90 caliber net combo. Ends up being a triple headshot combo from 1xN onto Jachi. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Jesus. That's insane. Great play from the bot lane there. So of course, I mean, if you get a route through a minion, it doubles your route duration. The rend was already used, it was on cooldown. And that's an even nicer thing to put towards it. One trap goes in, a second trap in the middle of that combo. I didn't even see the second cat trap go down in the middle of that. Really well hidden by 1xN in the middle of his animations. And you know, 1xN for me has been such an excellent AD character to watch here in the LPL. Even that third trap, forcing Niket to sidestep in a way that he didn't really want to and back into auto attacks. Wonderful combo coming out from the bot lane there. I'm happy with that one, folks. Can you tell? He's on LGD. Thank you, Trinity. I appreciate that. As there we get ourselves ult missed. Antonio, I was looking away from the screen for a second. Antonio's used his ult. I'm going to assume he misses it. Gets rooted up in place. Setup now ahead in gold, a little bit, but you expect that to be the case. It's not out of control for the Ambassador, so Tanyuan can be pretty happy where he is. Milky Way has no flash, has ult now though. Remember, if you get that swirl seed on target, then it's nasty as heck. Does he have the extra movement speed? No. Niket and Jetchi forced away, and that's a wall stun. It'll be another bailout tried to be used, but I don't know if it'll be enough. It's only the Nico watering for now, though. Another Q, is it going to be enough? Roots, and it's a kill. Bailout wears off. Another kill for the support. Setup not cancelled out of his ultimate, so he'll be able to safely get away from that Lilia ultimate, which was channeled onto him, too. Wonderful snowball around this 2v2 situation. They'll get themselves the 3 grubs away from the Lilia, who takes them so quickly. Teleport now being channeled by Tongyuan to get that top lane farm. But 1,000 gold lead already for the Caitlyn? Yeah, that's not okay. That's how you lose a game of League of Legends, folks. This is horrifying. This is horrifying. Caitlyn going for a slightly different build, by the way, by going towards the fire cannon component first. I don't remember what else that goes towards, actually. Oh, it'd be Yuntal. Sorry, Yuntal first. Yuntal Wild Arrows first. It's not a different build, so I just forgot my, I just... Sometimes, I'm so used to the collector build from the last split, when it was being played, but, yeah. This Kate isn't going to hit that trough that most Caitlyn's do. You know, funnily enough, this is a relevant point to the build discussion, because ever since Yuntal has been kind of the go-to first item for Caitlyn, it's become less of a factor, really, that Caitlyn will actually have a trough, because Yuntal into Infinity Edge is such a nice amount of blended stats between attack speed, AD, and crit. It's that you don't feel like that trough anymore. Even with the collector build, it felt like your 2-item crit was 2-item crits, and your combos were really nice. Run towards the top side. Jetchi and Niket in river, but what are they going to do? They're trying to stop this tower going down. Setup doesn't have ult, is hit up by the ults, but not going to be able to... not going to go down, rather. Flashes out. And Jetchi and Niket, they make a play, but all it is a flash. No, Setup dies once in that early game. He has a Catalyst and a Tear. He's still stacking it fine. He doesn't lose that much HP. He doesn't have to bag. So that's not really leading to anything. We've got a top lane matchup, which hasn't led to that much either. I just realized that we have the Chinese casters echoing through the crowd mic as well, so I hope that's not too disruptive to you guys. Was TT supposed to be this good early game? They had a good early game last split, and you look at the lanes, you've got a Caitlyn Nico and a Poppy, that they have early game power. Yeah, the solo lanes have a bit of setup with the Rise. It's not exactly where you're getting your early game power from, but hey. But yeah, their early game was definitely something to be afraid of, especially when you have the Ambessa and the Ornn solo lanes and a Lilia. Like, Ornn, Ambessa, Lilia as a top side is not great from RNG to fight early. It's okay at farming and getting some value, but really you're waiting for that one item, or rather, well, realistically 2-item team fight between all the members involved, but really 1 item in level 11, maybe. I don't know. For RNG, you need to wait later into the game, basically. Patreon going to take another set of grubs. And that's going to be 6 grubs for TT. Yikes. And now the problem is, Caitlyn, who is already 1.5k gold lead up, gets to hit towers with 6 grubs. That's very hard to defend. Let's see how much damage 1x can get like with a single auto attack. Swell Seed very nearly splashed there. If that splashed, that could have been cleanse out. That would have been big. No cholesterol to follow up, but that would have been nasty as heck. So that's gonna. I mean, he's pushing it very hard. Finds out Xiaoshu, who has himself that Hollow Radiance, so he's pretty good at shrugging off some magic damage now. First tower before first dragon is kind of nuts. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Oh, God. And you know, I like Jetchi and Niket. I like this duo. Just 1xN and Feather are kind of... they're like a step further on in their development to where Jetchi and Niket are. You know, Jetchi and Niket, they come up from LDL a little after 1xN, who was very good in LDL. Sam will tell you all about it when he's around. Feather as well. But yeah, they came up just a little before Jetchi and Niket, and they've really taken the LPL in their stride. They've been really good, folks. This is one of those games where if you are tuning into the LPL for teams like this, you learn a lot about rookies. These are, I think that Feather and 1xN, give them a little bit of time, maybe give them another playoffs or 2. they could be LPL mainstays in mid to top table LPL teams, particularly with, you know, oh, that's a really good combo, and the cat did not want to be there. Oh, flash forwards for the handshake, tries to go for a combo, and the cholesterol helps bail him out. Baytron now in a lot of trouble, will burn down. The equalizer's pretty good, but I don't know whether that's going to lead to any kills as it stands. A flash backward, Milky Way flashes forward, and suddenly RNG are feeling it. A good sleep, but 1xN gets out. Is it enough? You're still melee range with way too many people. It's an arcane showdown between Ambessa and Caitlyn, and I don't think the Caitlyn comes out on top of that. RNG find a huge 3-for-none team fight. Niket flashes forward, knowing as the support of his team, RNG bring things back. That was a series of fantastic plays by RNG. Niket knowing that, yeah, he walked up into a lot of damage, but he can flash forward knowing he has the safety of the Callisto ult, but full sends it. I love it. Just full send it. Flashes forward for a handshake, which he hits into the big ultimate. Has the Callisto ult for safety. And then as the chase comes on, TT feeling, all right, we're powerful. We got to fight. We got to fight. Milky Way finds this angle. The Ambassador ult misses. That would have been even worse, all things said and done. Well, I say that. It's still pretty awful. Milky Way uses the overstep from TT to their advantage. So now suddenly TT, who had the early advantage, maybe don't have that for as longer. TT, big mistake then. They still have the 6 grubs. They still have the pushing Caitlyn, who's that 1 item and the upgraded boots. They have the feats of strength from the first tower and the first 3 kills. But that is a reality check. You have an early lead. That does not mean you just de facto win the game. Tiny on top side, not going to be able to do that much there. 1xN, again, pushing up the 6 grubs. Rise coming down here as well. Remember, each auto attack applies that DOT over time. And yes, there's going to be an outer tower taken by Xiaoshu. How much are you going to get out of this inner one? Half of it so far. Splash lands. He has no summoners. He has no flash. He has no cleanse as well. He gets hit by double ultimates. He does get out for now, but Xiaoshu is on that Caitlyn. The Caitlyn goes down. It's a 1-for-1 as the Callisto dies on the other side. Nico buying some time with the Pop Blossom, but I don't know if they have the damage now. Sets up half HP. And the teleport coming in from Tino, and of course, earlier on into the play means that TT have once again overstepped. A Swirl Seed leads to a 3-for-1 fight. RNG getting a lot out of these big ultimates. Very well initiated from them, despite being behind the game leading into those fights. You can see why TT wanted that big push. But Caitlyn without summoners against an Ornn, against a Lilia, yeah, that's not easy to play. I just thought that this would be happening 10 minutes from now, maybe 5 minutes. Not this early. Well played from RNG to pick up the oversteps of TT. You know, they have the six grubs. So 1xN found himself between literally a rock and a hard place. A rock and a Swirl Seed, I suppose, because he didn't want to step forward and get comboed by the Ornn, but he didn't want to step back and get hit by the Swirl Seed, so just had to step back a little further. Not safe there, was he? And then you don't have the Caitlyn, your damage is falling through, and Bess is allowed to go melee range. Tongyuan being good at getting into the backline. Ornn gets 2 kills out of that. Yikes, that's going to be a tanky old tank in the top lane. Yeah, I agree. It's greedy without the summoners from 1xN. You can't position like that, really. He's still 1.3k ahead. But should be further, really. Because he shouldn't have died and give that gold back. Rod of Ages, of course, completed by Rise now, so he's doing okay. Heading towards the Seraphs as well. To be tankier to deal with some of the damage from RNG. 1-3-1 setup from TT. They do have the 6 grubs. If they get to hit towers, of course, it's very, very powerful. Herald now being taken by TT. Traded for Dragon. So RNG is saying, look, you can have your grubs, you can have your Herald. We're going to go for the later game win condition of the Soul. TT just not paying attention to grubs. 6 grubs being used to get a little bit of damage in the turret. Teleport away from the bot side of the map by Xiaoshu. Does that leave TT with an option to make a play away from the Ornn lane now? Tonyuan doesn't have teleport, neither does Xiaoshu, and you do have the Realm Warps, level 11, so it's increased combat stats from setup and a little bit increased range as well. This is the first game of Enya, yes. Enya, sorry, I know you said that yesterday. Yes, it's the first game of the day, which is why I sound like I'm half asleep. Because, folks, I am. Well, I think Milky Way hit me with a Swirl Seed too. I've been altered. I've been altered, folks. I'm snoozing. That was... Okay. Huh. Right. I was wondering how bad the audio was desynced there. I wonder whether it's actually on their end. Because I did refresh the stream. After this game, I'll refresh the page rather than just refresh the stream itself, and hopefully that'll sort some stuff. We can see. We can see. Bay Trump. Summoning out that Herald in the mid lane. Now, they do have that 6 scrubs. This should be an easy tower take. That should be gone. Drive it immediately into that turret. Get a couple of autos on. That'll do it. Tower, traded? Huh. Where did they get that tower from? That's a weird notification coming up for a red side. Red side didn't take the tower there. There's no Azir to take that on it. Does anyone know what that was? So, 2 Dragons to RNG. 3 towers taken with 6 grubs from TT. Good amount of gold, but from the towers, but they gave over so much gold in the actual fights that RNG have a really good fighting chance now. I say fighting chance. I think they're very happy now. Being this close to TT when they were meant to be losing the early game is a blessing to them. The problem is that your Kalista feels kind of crap. Your Kalista is not going to be that useful. But if you take the Caitlyn out of the picture, then even with the cull completed and blah blah blah, no, Caitlyn's not going to be able to use that gold. You got the first 5 kills? I can imagine it was RNG actually. Not entirely sure on that. No, don't quote me on that. I'm not sure. I didn't check. You can scroll back on the VOD. You can go find that out. Not too hard. 2 items hit by Mbessa. Yeah. 2 items hit by the Ornn. It's good too. I think RNG are really ready to fight now. They don't have 2 items on the Lilia, but they have it on their solo laners. They're so ready to fight. 1xN does have it as summoners. So that makes it harder to shut down that Caitlyn, who is very strong with an Infinity Edge spike. Not all 2 item spikes are the same good route. They do have themselves a Mikhail's, which is used onto himself. They did have the Kalista ult too. They don't have that cleanse now though, worth noting. Swelsey tanked up by the Nico clone. Atakan spawning on the top side of the map in 10 seconds. Xiaoxu within range-ish of the plate. Teleport's coming back up and available. We haven't seen a big Realm Warp yet. We've seen 1 defensive one from Settlement. That's the only one I can remember, actually. Can't remember any of the others. Right. RNG. As we were saying before, feels like they are ready to fight when they can. TT need to be very careful not to get hit by those stray swell seeds and give an early entrance into the fight from RNG. Ornn items are going to start coming online from the next level. He's got his own one for the Jack show. Can start to give them over the masterwork items elsewhere. I'm kind of sad that they removed the different names for Ornn. It felt like a nice, like, extra touch, you know. But I suppose they didn't want to rename every single legendary item in the game, because suddenly all of them, which can be changed name now. And the localization for that feels like a pain in the arse when you got to do it into how many different languages. But hey, I would have liked it. Riftmaker completed from Milky Way. Doesn't need the Zhonya's. Zhonya's against Caitlyn's a bit bait anyway. But he's so fed, man. 3-0 and 4. 1,000 gold head. Yeah, that's a happy deer. It's a headlight in the deer, not a deer in the headlights now. Huh. It's a deer with a shotgun. Maybe that's what you call, like, Lilia Luden's builds. I've never seen a Lilia Luden's build, but because it's a gun, it would make sense. That's we can call it Bambi's Revenge. I made myself laugh. Dragon in 20 seconds. RNG, if they take it, that's sole point for them. They are playing against full summoners TT. I think when all of the flash is available for TT, the game changes quite drastically. Got to keep an eye out for those swell seeds. Random misstep from TT could genuinely cost them this next fight and a huge strategic part of the game. Clone used up. You can use the traps to buy a little bit of vision, the same with the clone. Xiaoxu walking towards Beichuan. Are we just splitting the map? Rice does have teleport. He's not here for the setup. Are we just using 6 grubs and say, right, you can have your dragons. Let's just get as much gold? Do they not want to fight objectives at all? I don't know, TT. I don't know. I guess going against Kalista Ren feels meh. But you haven't done that much work. Yeah, you might get an inner turret, but it's not that much work. 700 gold. Yeah. But now you've got an Infernal Soul being hovered over at 22 minutes. Strategically, not really where TT wanted to be. Those early fight losses, I think they've really rattled them. I think they're really afraid of going into enemy territory, especially with the big engage coming through from Xiaoshu and Milky Way being threatened. Two items hit from Kalista. Unironically, this is more important for objective damage than teamfight damage. You're not actually carrying the fights as the Kalista, really. But you can just shred a Baron. You've got that and you've got the Lilia. You can two-man Baron, well, you can two-man Baron with Ornn and either of those two members because they'll just tank it up for forever. Nasty damage. Of course, when you start burning with the Dream Dust passive from the Dream Laden Bow, Liandry starts to tick up with a burn, and then also Liandry's and Riftmaker both have their Haunting Guise passive, so you get the increase 6% from Liandry's and 10% from Riftmaker, which means that overall, because they work multiplicatively, you get like 12% increased damage, or something like that, instead of... Oh, it's a flash forward onto Feather, who gets onto the Blast Cone. Is that going to be enough? That's a very, very fast deer, but the Poppy ultimate saves him. So Milky Way flashing ult down for Feather's flash and his heal. Poppy ult too. Now, normally I'd say, well, take away the flash Nico ult. It's very valuable. But you're so important here too. They're trying to use this to go towards the Atakan. Now, that might be a problem for TT. Do you really want to go in towards this? Zambessa caught out and a Realm War comes in. Ultimate used, the Wallstone not going to land. They might end up trading. Ambessa's life for the Atakan? Yeah, I don't know about that one. You've got the 6 revs and you've been trying to 1-3-1. Setup, he's going to flash over. He'll flash away to deny the GA. The withdrawal comes through. It's a little bit more value. In a turret. Now, this is more valuable. I was wondering, okay, well, if you're going to give it the Atakan, you better get some freaking objectives from it. But now, you need to look at this, folks. This is one timer, 2 minutes 30, and this is 2 minutes 10 for the Atakan. It's not quite overlapping, but what RNG will want to do is use that GA buff to make sure that you can get into the Soul. If you get Infernal Soul, then RNG, I think de facto just kind of win the game at that point, really. Random skill shot just blasts you for half your HP. Good gold being taken by TT for sure. Yeah, you do get 2 inner turrets. There's no inner turrets now for RNG, but then just compare this. 6 turrets and 46k gold, 1 turret and 42k gold. It's not that big a gold lead for the amount of turrets taken. Normally when you expect, when you see that kind of gold lead, you'd expect what? You'd expect it to have come from other means as well, you know, stealing jungle camps, the kills or whatever. They're behind in kills, but they're ahead in turrets. TT don't have that much of a well to return to when it comes to actual objective standing on the map. TT feel like they're running scared a little bit. They don't have summoners to set up, which is a problem. Feather not having the flash either. Baron for RNG is a big threat for them. I think they could just use this and just say, all right, yeah, we can go to Baron, sure, why not? They can threaten to use their GAs for that or for the dragon spawning in a minute. I don't think TT should be... they've been so scared walking up to objectives before. Ult comes through, doesn't land onto the cap right now. The Ambassador ult does not land onto either, and suddenly 1xN is actually free into the backline. Needs to be a little bit careful, but suddenly, actually, RNG have kind of messed up their engage. Beitron plays for the disengage, Feather playing for a little bit of space buying as well. Jachi jumps forwards, but it's RNG that have messed up their engage. They don't get themselves their big combo. It's going to be a Kalista ult used defensively. 1xN does have to use that cleanse onto Milky Way, who does manage to get the dust onto them. RNG teleport back out onto the map. However, even though RNG lose themselves the confrontation around the Baron, they get themselves onto the map quicker. Teleports will need to be, well, they'd love to be used by TT, but they don't have them. 20 seconds on Dragon and RNG are still back on the map. Yes, they failed to get the Baron, but they will get the Infernal Soul. I have to think after this. I don't think there's that much left to fight from TT. Surely RNG could just walk straight up to the Dragon and do it on spawn. Ryze wouldn't have been there. No ultimate, no teleport. Instead, RNG back off. Maybe feeling like they can go a little bit slower. I felt like they could just rush straight up towards it. Feather using the clone to tank up another Swell Seed. It's going to get started up now. RNG, they don't have their big ultimates now, though. That's a big loss, and suddenly Caitlyn can feel so much more happy. They can go up towards this. RNG, what are they looking for? Smite Steal, they don't have a flash on the Lilia. Hoya has his equalizer, and that's a huge point. We haven't really seen the Rumble have that much value in this game so far. And Besser on the backside has ult in 5 seconds. Equalizer, where is that gone? Where is the equalizer gone, Hoya? Judgy's dead all the same. Tanyuan has his ultimate now, and he'll get into the play onto 1xN. Feather gives a good peel ultimate, though, and the Ambassador goes down. It's a 2v1, just like in Arcane. Rise Up douches out on the skill shots. Sets up, tries to get a kill onto the Ornn, and will do so. Milky Way goes down. RNG end up losing the players. A triple kill comes through to Setup. I thought that with the Atakan and their team fight prowess from earlier in the game, that would have been so easy. But boy, was I wrong. TT, stave off the Infernal Soul, stave off the Atakan and the Baron being used effectively or taken effectively from that Baron, and TT somehow muddle their way through to a Baron themselves, even though that frickin' equalizer went to Nadia. Where did that equalizer go? Hoya, my friend, what was that? So this is the initial play. Ambassador ult doesn't hit the Caitlyn. The Ornn ult doesn't hit it either, actually, really. 1xN, he manages to escape without using his summoners against the Ambassador. The Ambassador should be one-shotting at that point. Doesn't end up happening. Setup guns down Tongyuan. But then what is this? What is this? What is that? Where's that going? Where's that going? Hoya! What have you done with your ult? Imagine how more dominant this could have been if you hit your bloody equalizer. It doesn't even matter. They're out of position, and Tongyuan gets CC'd by Feather. Feather's had a good game. He's been playing very well defensively with the Nico, just saying, look, I can use my ultimate to buy space. I can slap you back as you try and kill one of my teammates. And you know, I was saying that Hoya's Rumble, it's a good pick. It's something which he's found success with. Yeah, maybe not in this game, folks. Okay, right. So, 10,000 gold lead now. TT with the Baron. Ultimates are back up again from RNG, and there is a flash on the Caitlyn. I guess that's the thing you have to contend with. Patron using that recall to cancel the ultimate. Caitlyn ult goes into the Ornn. I guess it means that they're out of position to defend the towers, but 6 scrubs. It's very easy to shred through these towers. 2,000 gold lead for the Nico, by the way, who's got themselves a Protobelt and a Mikhails. I was about to say earlier into the game, you know, Nico doesn't normally build support items. Can't really go for someone like a Mikhails. Well, when you're 2,000 gold ahead, you can. Feather's had a wonderful game. I think Feather's low-key my MVP. This Nico has been insane from both laning phase and in teamfight perspective. See if they can close it out, of course. 6 scrubs. Ornn ult coming through. 1xN caught in their own animations, and the ultimates come through, but it's not enough. Cleanse has been used, and the summoners from 1xN mean he can keep DPSing. Milky Way goes forwards, and the ultimate means a great deal of nothing. RNG had a couple of good team fights, but TT, Thunder Talk, get themselves the gold value from their own macro. 1-0 for them in the best of 1. Howdy folks, I'm back. This is a new format, right? Traditionally LPL's never played best of 1? Yes, that is true. Yeah, for those of you who haven't been inducted into the new formats, by the way, yeah, LPL format's kind of wild, this split. So we're doing this best of 1 host tournaments. They already are. That's one of the big conversations that we had. Oh, it doesn't interview. Well, we'll listen to the interview, just in case anyone speaks Mandarin. But yeah, if you're one of the worst 2 teams in the league and you crash out at the stage after this, then your year ends in July. It's stupid. It's crazy, actually.
并且可以看得出来，这一整局你们都打得非常的具有进攻性。可以看到啊，直接2分钟的时候，北川就是一个
Can I say LPL is the first one to introduce pro voice comms, lane swap?
问问啊，这个
Fearless?
是你们提前就想好的应对他们的
Lane swaps were always a thing back in the early seasons of League, so I can't comment on that. I'm not sure if LPL did that first. Fearless, in terms of Tier 1 League, yes. Pro voice comms? LCK had them for a long time, so I'm not sure about that either. Go Tarzan go? Yeah, Tarzan's playing next. One simple change that would make the scene better. Well, the problem is it's quite hard to make simple changes, isn't it? Well, I mean, getting the best of ones would help. Let me think. One change that would make the scene better. I mean, personally, I'd say bring back promotion relegation. I think for the level of competition and the hype, I think that'd be much better. I think teams have shown that through franchising. They're actually just the bottom teams, particularly, are just not good at building brands.
就是等双 C 的装备。那最后一个问题要问问了，一川，你对于自己首战女警的表现满不满意？
一般般吧，还是挺多失误的。
对自己的要求非常高啊，但是可以看得出来 ，TT 是非常的有冲劲，非常热血的。那我们也感谢一川来到我们的赛后采访，稍事休息，我们一起来期待一下下一场的精彩比赛吧。
Well, I don't see Mandarin, but if anyone does have anything to take from that interview, as always, let us know. It's fun to know what they're saying. Wasn't Season 1 Worlds in Freak's Basement? It was, yeah, that's the meme. Kind of game over, what a waste, is unnecessary fight. Yeah, there were some odd fights in that game. Some odd fights where it felt like TT didn't realize soon enough that they were in grave danger when 1xn didn't have Cleanse Flash. But then they ended up playing through that later when they had their summoners, but yeah. Alrighty, now we wait. Now we wait for a second game. Oh, this is fun. Oh, this is a TFT thing, right? Project Zeri is only TFT, it's not in League. It's a cool ass skin though. Fanatics as world champions, please tell me you're joking. Season 1, Fnatic won Season 1 Worlds. Now you can argue about the validity of the tournament and whatever, but they did win Season 1 Worlds. I'll get interviews, so it should be okay.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。欢迎 Ultra Prime， 上单一剑，打野君豪，中单 Saber。 下路 Wako， 辅助小夏。接下来，让我们欢迎 Anyone's Legend， 上单 Flandro， 打野 Tarzan。 中单 Shanks， 下路 Hope， 辅助 Kill。 LPL 第2赛段小组赛第1周第3日第2场比赛 ，UP 对阵 AL 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
At least before game tends to happen to know what champions you're playing sometimes, you dummies. Ultra Prime, anyone's legend. Game 2 of our day. Game 1 was a fun team fighting fiesta, where Thunder Talk ended up capitalizing on a very early gold lead and 6 grubs. Once again, we're going to get a trade of some big picks. No Jace banned, no Kalista banned. Ambessa is up. Gwen is up. Ejin is a big duelist in topside. We'll have to wonder whether he gets some priority in this draft as the prodigy coming through from the PCS, from Frank Esports last year. Seriously, go back and watch this game. And very entertaining player to watch. It's going to be the Vi locked in. It's going to be Shanks and Tarzan locking in Yone and Sejuani. Yeah, that's a combo wall, right? Passing up the Kalista altogether right now. But so honestly, you know, anyone's legend, our finalists from last split, coming in as huge favorites, obviously. Saber, big Akali player, pretty good into this duo. You can put down your W, and you've got a lot of mobility to play safe and escape from this mid-jungle duo. So Vi Akali, not a bad combo in itself, actually. Not a bad combo in itself. And you have to imagine the Ambessa goes in as well. So you have Vi, Akali, Ambessa. Great triple dive combo. But AL are also going for a melee heavy top side right now. Do we just pass up the Kalista? Do we go for it anyway? Not the easiest champion to play into the Vi the Kalista, but so good at destroying early lanes. Ah, okay, cool. Got the Gwen. Gwen's pretty good against Vi, because if Vi goes into your lane and you see her charging up your Q, you press your W and she can't ult you because she can't click R on you. She has to be inside your W at that point. So Vi has to do some like R flash shenanigans before your W is popped. Good matchup into the Ambessa from what we've seen. Flandre, of course, an old school carry player from the LPL, and one of the oldest of school players now for the LPL, started in 2015. Kalista completely passed up in the first round. All about this top side so far. Triple melee for both sides so far. Now, the thing is, folks, when you lock in melees, you tend to play faster gameplay, and you tend to play more scrappy, more skirmishy, because typically playing for melees means that you don't scale as well. Typically, on the whole. Not always, time. It's not a fast and true rule. If you have time, could you do another breakdown like you did for the T1 G2 game a while back? Yeah, sure. I could do some VOD reviews again at some point. It's just a case of burnout and available time. I'll see when I have the energy for it. But I do like doing a VOD review now and then. I do learn a lot about the game from doing it, which is the whole point of it. Bot lane bans coming through. Ezreal banned away, one of the most defensible picks. You could ban away Xayah if you want to ban away defensive picks. Although on the side of AL, unlikely to blind pick a Xayah. I think if you blind pick Xayah, you get smashed by a, by your more lane dominant picks. The Alistar banned away instead. So yeah, they don't want to. They ban away the stuff which is easier to blind pick, I suppose, in terms of that AD carrying the Ezreal. Renata locked in. Yeah, now that's a better pick, because you can pick that up with a Varus. You can pick it up with a Kalista. You could go for Ashe too. You know, flexing between lane dominance and more teamfight safety. What do Wako and Xiaoxia want to do? You see the Renata. You can outrange it. Say, alright, go Ziggs Leona. Well, Leona's not the best into the Renata. Rel also not too bad as well, I suppose. Whatever, the Rel or Leona, you need that with the Ziggs, really. You need some big combos. It does mean your actual DPS very low. And there is a chance that Tarzan gets so tanky that you just don't have the DPS to really kill the people that you want. So it's going to be on people like Saber to get into the backline, get a clean assassination, and start mopping up kills. No AD carry. Quadruple melee composition from Ultra Prime. They are going to be diving first. Nice. Your voice is so chill. Thank you. Well, I am still half asleep. Varus, going to be locked in as that last pick. You can pick that as poke Varus if you want, play very long range. You can play for the on-hit. I don't think you really need to. There's no hyper tank on the other side for this game. So, AL, pick that triple melee topside Sejuani with the melee synergy from both Gwen and from the Yone. And Tarzan, one of the greatest Sejuani players of all time. You've got the Renata and the Varus is likely going towards a poke option to be a bit of disengage. Ultra Prime have no AD carry themselves. They also have themselves a triple melee topside. They also have a melee support. Quadruple melee composition there. For a total of 7 melees total in the game, and the more melees you have, the more skirmishes and the more scrappy things tend to get, because everyone's got to get up close and personal. Ultra Prime, massive underdogs. EGM on a duelist in the Ambassador, Saber on his favorite one of his favorite champions of that Akali. Gives you some comfort to play around, but anyone's legend. We're our finalists from last split. Yes, they'll have to adapt to not having lane swaps to a new meta change. That's what I'm looking for. I'm not really looking for any particular matchup. I'm looking to see how both these teams adapt to the new patch. Anyone's legend, they have a hell of a split to live up to from that last one. See if they can hit the ground running well, especially after teams like Invictus Gaming yesterday looked so good. Even in their first few games, the pace has been started to be set as we go through our group stage. These are best of ones, of course. We'll be getting through into our best of threes after our group stage after that point. Let's get on to the Rifts, and let's see how the Gyos sound today. A few smattered Gyos for Ultra Prime at the end there, but AL, obviously the team with the fan base here, playing in the Shanghai. We're in Shangers, folks, as Munchables would call it. So the neutral venue between both these teams. Not that all the teams have their home arena for this group anyway. Who else is in this group? TT and the teams that we just saw in RNG. Yeah, so none of these teams currently have an arena for themselves. The teams with arenas are WE have Xi'an, NIP have Shenzhen, LNG have Suzhou, and JDG have Beijing. Oh my glorious Pookie Bear Shanks. I like Shanks. There are some, you know what? I appreciate Shanks fans as well. You've had to wait a while for Shanks to have his moment in the sunlight, really. But a finals last split, really good form from him. Shanks going for the grasp, by the way. Lane dominant, not going towards the fleet footwork. It is grasp on that. Just worth noting. So it doesn't mean he's not going for the precision treat. Saber, good Akali player, as we're saying. Ah, that's some audio desync, isn't it? Is it? I might just have to refresh the stream just once more, folks, just because, again, it gets a little bit annoying if the audio is desynced, so we're just going to do that again. I think that's a little better now. Yeah, that hopefully sorted out just a little bit more. Sorry about that, folks. Should have done that in the break. That would have been better, wouldn't it? Flandre on this Gwen. Gwen is very strong in this patch. She had 13 changes to it, which was meant to decrease her late game value but increase her early game. Instead, what's happened is her late game is still ridiculous and her early game is now much stronger, which is a big problem. Shanks gets a Q in the W actually of the Akali, does that blind. Nicely played from him. Hope gone for the Halo Blades, worth noting, of course. Ooh, is that going to be a follow through from Saber? Nope. Because what could have happened there, Shanks could have flashed back under his tower, and then tower shots become a thing. Hope and Kyle doing okay in the laning phase so far. Oh, that's a good satchel, and suddenly Leona goes in. Forces the cleanse. Of course, there was an ignite from Xiaoxia. Still has it now, too. First game for the roster first. I'm trying to remember if his first game's in the LPL. Trying to remember if he subbed in at any point before. Yeah, this is his first LPL game, so a new thing for him. Level 4, level 3. Saber. Great chunk onto Shanks. He gets the level up. You can see it's just 1 minion off from Shanks. He'll get that now, so he'll get himself the extra There, Saber could have flashed for the auto. Increased auto attack range would have been enough for the kill. Saber on the Akali getting good value. Tarzan fighting off with the jungle. Shanks' Yone, famous though it is, getting bullied around by the Akali in the early laning phase. It is a very interactive back and forth as Saber, once again, had the electrocute there, by the way. Would have got that kill if he followed that E. Could have gone for an auto Q afterwards and it would have been a kill. Saber giving great value and suddenly early teleport, but it's from the Ziggs. So not actually that impressive. Xiaoxia not able to get an insane CC combo to keep them locked down enough. Ultra Prime using this mid lane pressure to just pull in. Pull everyone in. If you look on the minimap, just kind of push in towards that mid lane, take good trades, and allows you to just go into either side of the river as the rest of the team. You have a good platform. That's your foundation at that point. However, Shanks didn't drop CS. Did blow the flash. That's the big thing. Blew the flash, but is even in CS. Goes back, has some attack speed, some magic resist. So he's happy now, but that little bit scary from the start there. But hasn't actually led to a CS lead. Flandre, 10 CS lead in the top side. Oof. Yeah, that one actually has led to something. That's a problem. And as we said, the Ambessa, very strong within the LPL, but going on individual levels, so strong on this patch that, yeah, you get to do some pretty unfair things. Dash through into the, whatever the dead Gwen W is called again. Hallowed Mist? No. Oh, whatever, I can't remember the name of it anymore. Jumping up into the river, Hope and Kyle coming in. 4v2 in the river as it stands. What are we seeing here? There is a smite from Junhao. And it goes down to 3 HP. It was so close. His Q might have to be flashed to get over the wall, and it does so. Junhao very close to losing the dragon. Loses his flash. Kyle, good handshake. Anyone's Legend throwing a question mark to Ultra Prime, and they could find the answer to that question, but it was up in the air for a second. So, nothing's broken the game just yet. Top lane CS, still a little bit of advantage for Flandre as he catches the wave at turret. Looks like he managed to collect that one. Saber following it back. Level 6 and he goes forwards again. Remember, no flash for Shanks. And ults out from under the turret. Ult for ult, but he has the HP advantage. Saber taking really good trades in the mid lane. Just making sure that Shanks is not able to push up, not able to give a platform to anyone's Legend to play around. Cannon minion, gold and XP both going to be denied. Saber picks up his comfort pick of the Akali. Of course, comes in. Yeah, came in fairly unexpectedly to the roster, I think it's fair to say. But the LPL can be a place for a lot of people to find their feet as a top-level pro. Tarzan protecting the ward, getting some CC, so the sweeper, or rather the scrying orb, will run out. Of course, Saber himself, another LDL prospect promoted to LPL proper. Ultra Prime going for a very much a developmental team. Good early game so far. Elan's again. Needs to be a little careful now. They can't jump forwards knowing that the Renata's just around the corner. Can Ultra Prime win against RNG? We'll see. Based on last split's form, I think you have to favor Ultra Prime. We don't know how the meta is going to change in this one, especially again with so many changes from split 1. It's a bit hard to predict that. See how the matchup changes around in mid lane now, because we do have Hex Drinker being built up by Shanks. Maybe that changes things. Again, managing to keep even in farm, even though the trades look ugly. The actual value of the trades not really been that much so far. Whereas you look in the top side, 10 CS lead. That's more. There's something tangible. You can actually grasp that. Firmly grasp it, as Patrick would say. That's what I learned from SpongeBob. Poor Squidward. Poor Squidward indeed. Hey, Gruesome Scott. Hope you're doing well. That's a cool glowing name you have. Can't wait to see EGN in standard lanes. Yeah, the same for me. It's a very good duelist. As we were saying in the pregame, he is a Riven one trick from the PCS. Riven main. He's been good on the other side, but he's a Riven player. Hope does have 6. Hits Wacko at the end of it, and he doesn't have a cleanse. Should have flashed that one, friend. Wacko, greedy use of summoners. Thinks maybe he can just walk out of it. Can't do so. Tarzan goes into mid lane to potentially force Saber to just blow some cooldowns, but Hope, pinpoint accuracy. The poke Varus gets the first kill of the game. Oh, ult onto Tarzan, though. He has a flash. He might have to use it. Shanks, rather, trying to buy some time for his jungle, and indeed will do so. No ultimate use from Shanks. Tarzan uses his flash and his ult. I did just call Shanks skanks. Just, you know what? Just ignore that. You heard nothing. You know, there was one time on the LEC I said that Hylissang on Zillion had a double bong combo and was pretty dank. Yeah, flubs happen. Oh, the misery. Saber doing well at pushing forward into the enemy jungle, though. This mid lane matchup has been, again, something that Ultra Prime have been able to leverage so far. The problem is they haven't got anything off of it. Now they are behind, you know, a little bit of gold. It just feels like they've missed an opportunity here, really, doesn't it? Great with winning early situation. Maybe you could have found a skirmish or some camp stealaways. Yeah, Junhao's doing okay in terms of the actual farm. It's not really led to that much. I thought it was hilarious when you called it hilarious for assaulting a robot. I have the video. There's a TikTok I have from a year or two ago when, yeah, we went out to Xi'an for the 2023 summer finals and the regionals afterwards, and we stayed in a hotel, and the hotels have, if you get takeaways, the hotel will put it in a robot and it'll deliver it to your room. And in hysterics, pushed all the buttons on the lift for the poor robot that got into it, and made it go to every single floor before it went to its delivery destination. And he was like walking in front of it, so it'd have to autopath around him. Very funny, but Jake was bullying the poor robot. It was yeah, that was a fun time. I really enjoyed working back with hysterics back in LPL. It was a fun time. Get to cast them every so often in LEC now. It was fun. Dragon started up by Anyone's Legend. First dragon was taken by Ultra Prime at cost of the 3 grubs to Anyone's Legend. Grubs have spawned now as well. Anyone's Legend have to set up on bot side. We'll see whether they can test top side. Mid lane is now matching up in top lane. Riftmaker completed for Blondre. Yeah, he's ready to go. He is so ready to go. Junhao onto the grubs. Junhao, decent early game from him so far, but we'll see how that continues. Hang on a second. Wacko, you really have been punished, haven't you? Had the flash. Can't use it this time. Could have done the last time. 0 and 2 on the Ziggs. Wacko seriously far behind now. Junhao might even have to peel off of these. Would have loved to get a second grub. Can't even do that. AL are going to walk up and they're going to take, against the Rod of Plate, 5 grubs after taking 2 from that second spawn. Oh, Wacko. That time, that was a step forward. That was just bad positioning. The first time was greed on the summoner. This time was an overposition, really. Overstep, rather. Saber goes forward. Shanks hits his ultimate, but that does mean he has a little less room to play around. Solar Flow dodged out on. And that Hex Drinker paying dividends as Saber, once again, flexing the muscles, but not actually able to get goddamn amount of value. Wave potentially coming into turret here, just as Shanks will be able to sit and play for fun. It's not bad individual plays from Ultra Prime. I think Junhao earlier on was doing okay. Saber, again, the real highlight of this game for Ultra Prime so far, but it's just not led to anything tangible. It's dopamine moments. It's a little bit of a good trade. It's not actually leading to that much tangible. And it's not even intangible, like in Slay the Spire. Like, who gets intangible? The Silent gets intangible. It's a very useful mechanic. E-Gem, getting a good trade there. Shanks doesn't have ult this time. Has the E. Charges up his Q, and I think this time they'll find themselves the kill they've been looking for. Saber and Junhao get themselves towards that Yone and get themselves the kill. However, that does mean they don't have these 2 players on the bot side of the map. Varus is coming down. Xiaoxia, Yijian, under turret. Tarzan does not have ultimate. Can he just go towards us anyway, though? Who takes aggro? It's going to be Tarzan, I believe, and yes, it is. Big ultimates being traded back and forth. Tarzan tanking the turret for a very long time, and suddenly the extra CC comes through. Tarzan flashes and goes down. EGM might end up dying to Hope. Junhao has arrived to the play now, and it ends up being, I suppose, a 3-for-1, but our extra kill is going to come through. Of course they are. Junhao picks up another. Flandre forced to run. Another Q is going to come through from the buy, and that should be another one, and indeed it is. 500 gold from that last kill, as suddenly we have a 3-kill Vi running around the rift. Anyone's Legend think they have a quick cross map. It extends, and Ultra Prime get themselves a hell of a lot of kills. Satchel's going to go onto this turret too. Ultra Prime explode through this game. And we were saying, you know, Anyone's Legend, very good strategist from the first split of LPL. Good around playing for, good at playing around, good around playing around lane swaps, good around playing around the early pathing, and their macro was good. But we were wondering, okay, what kind of form are they going to come into the split on? Are they going to be strategizing well? Are they going to adapt? Early game for this, not been fantastic so far. Flandre uses an ult and a Q, which airballs. Bit sad for him. Wacko, good work for him too. Of course, had 2 awkward deaths earlier into the game. One by not using the flash, one by pushing up too far in mid lane. Much better for him now. Ultra Prime, worth noting folks, Ultra Prime were actually briefly advised by Durnby last split. Sorry, last summer rather. Last summer, not last split. Don't really know if that has any impact now. No, I guess not. Basically all the players have changed. Don't know whether any of the coaching staff have changed either. Yeah, I guess that's actually an irrelevant point, so it's not worth noting. I'm wrong. Ultra Prime did a real changing of the guard. Just saying, because, you know, last summer, I liked Ultra Prime for a lot of that. I think Hacker, their jungler, was on great form on AP junglers. I liked Niket coming in as a rookie. Yukai had his moments. But realistically, you know, Ultra Prime have struggled to make progress in the LPL, and that's a difficult thing. They've struggled to make progress. They've had individually good moments or brief spurts of a split, which haven't really been capitalized on. Anyone's Legend, you could say Anyone's Legend were in a similar spot not too long ago. They used to be known as Awesome Logo, really, because everyone's like, wow, cool panda. What else you got? Not that much. Herald Spawn. Grubs have all been taken, obviously. Tarzan tanks him with a bit of CC. Has his ultimate this time. Didn't have his bot lane dive. Of course, Ultra Prime clawed back a lot of gold from that early dive and that first tower. Which means they're in a much better position to fight now. Herald's going to be taken down. They don't have the grubs, which means that Flandre can leave this play and say, alright, cool. I'm an ambassador. Not ambassador. I'm against an ambassador. In fact, I'm the opposite of that this game. I'm against the ambassador. Get some value out of Saber. Force the ult out of Shanks. Shanks has not really been able to play the game. Ultra Prime will put a target onto that Jonas back. But Anyone's Legend will get themselves that tower on bot side, and they'll force a teleport out of Dekali, who responds to the inner turret. Dragon's going to be taken by Anyone's Legend, first Hex Tech of the game, of the Hex Tech Rift. Where did Hacker go? I'm not sure. I'm not sure where Hacker went. It's a shame, because he had maybe my favorite play of last year, which is the Hacker Herald. The Hacker Herald was so cool, man. Have there been any roster moves this split? There have been 1 or 2. So Xiaoxia is a new support to the LPL. Here's his first game here today. FPX's bot lane, I hear, has changed. A couple of, 1 or 2. Not that many, but a few. Herald charges into mid lane. Takes a chunk out of it. Of course, when you've got these Ziggs, 1 extra wave then will be able to lead to the Satchel getting a full tower kill. Junhao, very, very strong. Almost at his Black Cleaver spike, actually. I'm glad LPL's not using the first stand UI. I wasn't a big fan of it either. Look, I don't mind experimenting. And they did iterate after the first day. The first day was... yeah, it didn't land for me. But hey. I guess the thing is, when you've used a similar UI for 15 years, it's quite hard to force change through, because people are just so used to getting their information on kind of muscle memory. You know, when I look for gold advantage CS, for towers, for various little things, for items, summoners, whatever. Especially when I'm casting, right? My eyes are drawn to certain parts of the screen because I know that's where they'll be. I have to say that, you know, there are little bits and pieces which are just very useful. Stuff like the individual gold leads are very, very cool to see. Like, that's been a very good thing, which was brought in by, you know, LEC ended up bringing that in. It was awesome. Really cool to see. I like some of the team fight overlays that have been used over time, where they kind of strip back the screen and they just kind of show some, they show more of the screen. That's kind of fun. Oh, and the player cameras were really small the first time. Yeah, for sure. Which is a shame, because I like seeing these guys' faces. Again, it makes it a little bit more easy to grasp, like the player off the rift and on the rift. Junhao taking away some camps. Very strong buy. Has Black Cleaver, as we were just saying, was coming up a minute ago. And what that means is, because, I mean, you're pretty good at killing the first target, obviously. That was weird. The first auto attack didn't have audio there. Weird. Here to you too, Ziggs. We'll make a Legends of Zelda main character out of you, yeah. That we shall. Dragon up in 2 minutes. Atakan, the Ruinous Atakan, up in 20 seconds. Hang on, and suddenly Xiaoxia caught out here, has deployed the Solver and the Flash. Hope gets absolutely neutralized though. Full combo from Wacko lands onto them, and suddenly Junhao says, alright, that's an opening. No, Varus, we can make something out of that. Renata pulls out the ultimate, but it's absolutely destroyed. Saber goes in now, maybe a little too far, but gets out safely. A random pick attempt onto Xiaoxia gets turned around on Ultra Prime, walk away with a demolition of Hope and Kyle out of nowhere. That Ziggs with 2 items. The Ludens and the Shadow Flame, I hadn't picked up on that myself. I was worried about the itemizations elsewhere, really. Completely blows the bot lane of anyone's Legends off the rift. What the heck? That was disgusting. The Shadow Flame crit. That was it. You know, when you're below 30% HP or whatever the HP margin is, I think it might be 35% HP. Remember, folks, Shadow Flame gives you an extra 20% magic damage to targets. So Wacko gets that first combo, realizes, alright, it's low HP. Gets that bouncing bomb maxed out, of course, with 2 items. A lot of magic pen too, because you get the 100 AP from Shadow Flame and 12 pen alongside the boots. So he's on, you know, about 28 flat pen or whatever it is, something like that. Hope gets absolutely demolished. Removed from the rift. And we'll watch through this again. So initially it's a pick onto the Leona. Satchel into the other mines as well. He uses the Satchel to put him across the minefield. The ult hits, and then, yeah, below half HP, below that HP margin, gets the crit from the Shadow Flame on his Q. Insane combo from Wacko. For all the, you know, we criticized him for the early deaths, but that was an insane combo. Does that lead to that much? Now, you've lost your summoners on the Leona, but Kyle and Hope going down means that they weren't around to set up for the bot side of the map nearly as well as they could be. Wacko's gone back and has now got himself an Oblivion Orb as well for the extra anti-healing. Useful against the Gwen. Not that useful against everyone else, but good against the Gwen. Okay versus the Yone, I suppose. Xiaoxia, no flash now, remember. Needs to be a little bit careful. Atakan is up on the rift. Yeah, nice zoning out here. So now extra autos come through. You have Magic Pen. Doesn't even need to use the Satchel to kill the tower. Mid lane turret will be taken down on this wave. Ziggs gets some extra gold. And Hope is out of position for the dragon. They're going to start it up. Very powerful Vi. Vi wants to start a fight at some point too. Send that play to Orcs to see if he multiple Wacko using Satchel offensively. That was a good offensive Satchel. There is a difference between a good offensive Satchel and a bad one. Because he ends up using the Satchel to put him... Hang on a second. Is Saber clear for a bigger play here? Good tramp combo. Big combo coming back, though, from Annual's Legend. Xiaoxia, no summoners. Might be a freebie onto the Leona, and indeed it is. However, you've used your Needlework, you've used your Glacial Prison, you've used your Hostile Takeover. Annual's Legend only have 2 ultimates to play around now, and they're also not even into the river. Xiaoxia, I think he's okay trading his life for that, because Junhao is very, very strong. Remember, he's good at tank killing with a Black Cleaver now. Good ultimate coming back, though, from one of those last 2 ultimates remaining, and Ultra Prime have kind of misused their point of power. Wacko not in range. Feels like Junhao went very, very brazenly forward. you had less tools to be afraid of, but somehow one of the remaining ones ends up still winning the day for anyone's legend. That's a shame. That is a shame. Because Ultra Prime were in a really good spot there, I felt like, with the ultimates being down. And yes, they had no support, but it felt like that was a play they chose which went wrong. Oh, that's a shame. That is a shame. Anyone's legend can come back? Yes, absolutely they can. Anyone's legend are a last splits finalist. Got a lot of veterancy on this team. What happens here then? Ah, the Vi Q was cancelled. Yeah, that's a little bit awkward. Gets out all the same. Leona ends up dying for their sins. Committed the teleport from Saber too. What happened here then? Did they just lose track of where the Varus was? I guess they did. Back into live though. Kyle almost getting soloed up by Saber, and indeed he is. Xiaoxia ended up putting himself into the play there too. Remember, Chunhao, very, very strong if he gets himself into the play. Shanks, good amount of damage. What's happening with Jen here? That's going to be the Vi Ambassador combo, and the Yone goes down. Chunhao dies after flashing. Hope is still alive, and it feels like Chunhao has just really misjudged his own plays a little bit too poorly in this. Tarzan makes it out alive. Chunhao, for all his gold lead, cannot see himself through the play, and anyone's legend, despite losing 2 kills, will get themselves the Ruinous Atacant. That'll buff up their dragons, it'll buff up their 5 grubs, and it'll give them some roses to pick up off the ground as well. The flower patch claimed by anyone's legend in its entirety. Oh, Ultra Prime, they have all the resources to make a big play. A 5-level advantage from mid lane to support. Flies in off of the E, knowing that the handshake is down. Great kill combo onto him. Even with the extra peel coming through from top lane jungle. Flandre flashes into the play. You would have thought that Chunhao would be able to do more in this kind of fight. Very strong from the early gold he has. Ults onto Shanks, has the Ambassador afterwards, but you go straight into a Glacial Prison and Hope throwing a load of turnaround damage too. Not really able to judge the turnaround CC ultimates from anyone's legend. Someone goes in, suddenly Varus ult hits you, Surdrani ult hits you, and the play turns around. So you're not able to use that gold lead. Ultra Prime not quite able to put all their ducks in a row. If you were able to dive in while also there was a solar flare going onto the Varus while his spell shield is down, yeah, those plays work out, but that's just not the case here. I was wondering, and I don't want to be annoying, but what's your thoughts on how do you feel about Baus and his team if it isn't LR? Oh no, or and his team LR? How do I feel about them? Well, I mean, the stuff that they've achieved in one split is insane. In terms of like the social impact that they've had, in terms of the NLC. Look, I was an NLC caster for a while, folks. That's how I kind of made a lot of my start coming through into the pro scene. And it's great to see a team use their branding very well to show some of the inner workings of a team, to have that level of camaraderie kind of shown to an audience was really, really cool. Saber left alone here on the side and spot up by Blue Trinket. He'll need to ult his way out. He goes into his first part of his R and his W as well. Ults out. Tarzan misses his ultimate, so it's a trade of ult for ult. Is there going to be any help for him beyond that? No, nope. He's going back home in a hearse. Saber clipped a little bit there. Wings clipped. Anyone's legend. Do they go straight on towards the Atacant now? Yes, they do. No Akali to worry about. They don't have 2 ultimates, but again, they've been doing well at using their remainder of their ultimates to play around the rest of the fight. Chunhao flying over the top, maybe looking for a smite seal, but then the fight comes through as they're peeling off the Baron. Xiaoxia going back, loses half his HP, and Anyone's legend say, alright, we've got ourselves that chunk, can't really go beyond that point. Nothing more to be had here. Anyone's legend take the pick, and they'll get out. How do they even kill the Sedge? Well, that's a good point, isn't it? There's no Leandries on the Ziggs. You do have the Ambassador, who's a decent tank killer later into the game, but needs a good amount of time to burn through them. It's hard to stick onto it too. And plus, also, you don't want to be using that damage onto the Surdrani if it helps. Chunhao, you'd think, with the amount of extra gold he has by having the Black Cleaver, might have been an extra tank killing threat to kind of pin him in place, get that armor shred, but it helps out with the Ambassador. Not really been that impactful so far though. Anyone's legend hanging out in the fog of war, good vision control, so Glacial Prison is back up. again, gonna go for a camp steal while he's here. Why not? Dragon spawning now. Reminder, folks, that because of the Ruinous Atacon, every dragon that anyone's legend has will be buffed up an extra 25%. So the extra 5 ability haste and attack speed, 5% attack speed is buffed up another 25% per stack. They have 2 of them already, and of course they have the Infernal Dragon as well. 33 of those bloody petals also helping. Starting up the dragon now. Going down pretty quickly. Tarzan across the way. Saber finds him. Lands an E onto him. Doesn't have that much damage though. Gets over the wall. Nice combo of that. Ends up leaving the Akali on the other side. Might actually have to get himself. Well, he doesn't really have an easy way over, does he? He has to use that Hexscape. Using some zoning ultimates, and it's actually Varus which takes down the dragon. Smite's not the one which claims it. Old Ambessa into the backline, and Ambessa starts to do work. Hope dies, but is the damage enough? Saber goes down 2, and Shanks buys enough time that Annual's Legend are eviscerated around the team fight. 3 dead for Ultra Prime. Annual's Legend 3 dead themselves, but with the members alive and just the little Ziggs, he can't keep himself up in that DPS race. Anyone's Legend take the dragon, the Hextech Soul, and they will take themselves a fight a little bit messy, but it's still a 5 for 3. Technically a win for them. Messy fight. Messy fight. Anyone's Legend, they get themselves the Hextech Soul. It's the Varus W error, I suppose, which claims it, not the Smite itself. EGM gets himself into a really good combo onto the backline. Good Renata ult at first. Oh, the Ziggs ult, good damage. Saber very late into the play, but gets himself in at that point. EGN gets a good amount of damage down. The solo lanes do a good amount of work. Can't quite finish things off cleanly with the Akali, because Shanks catches him out midway through his W's, just hiding out in that. Can't quite get himself in the place he wanted to. And then Wako, he kind of knows he's kind of doomed at this point. They will be able to chase him down. There's no way a Ziggs will be able to run away from this too. Tries to find something, sadly can't, and the Ziggs goes down. Which team outscales? I think it has to be Anyone's Legend because they actually have an AD carry. I know it's a Varus, but they have range. There's a quadruple melee comp from Ultra Prime, right? They need to play fast, they need to play up in your face, and it's hard to play melees into a Sejuani. It's hard to play melees into Yone ult. It's hard to play it into Varus, Renata. Playing quadruple melee is difficult. You need to snowball hard. And they did have some early plays, it's just not been enough. Junhao has himself Guardian Angel, so he can go a little bit more ballsy now. Saber, really good trading again, actually. Does he want to go forward from an ult? No. Shanks uses ult midway through that play, so they don't have a Yone ult. Let's see if Saber wants to teleport into the play. Doesn't want to. No, not just yet. Junhao on the flank. Really playing around the Fog of War. Baron is available, of course. Hextech Soul makes this very difficult for Ultron, because if you're ever caught out of position, you're stuck out of position because of the slow. All he needs to get is one slow, and that's it. The Hextech lands, and that's it. But Hextech slow lands, you're not making it out of this now. Vi, very mobile champion, but you're just going to get stuck into the play. Has Guardian Angel, is going to lose it. No one else is going to be able to come towards him. Junhao, I respect the angle, trying to look for the creative flank, but quite a little too far. Gets a kill back onto Kyle. Don't know why he was positioning there. That's a play of all time as that goes down. A kill comes out through onto Junhao. Of course, on the top side, Shanks goes down as the dive comes through from Ultra Prime, but now they are stuck into the play. And what do we say? The Hextech Soul means that when you're in the play, really feels like it's hard to get out of it. Saber, once again, loses out in the Clash of Blades. Scissors beat swords in this one as another one lands. How do you make it out of this? Yes, you have a ton of different dashes from the Ambessa, but it's so hard to get away from the permanent slow of the Hextech Soul. The chase down is absolutely obscene. Tries to Omnivamp his way through, but he will heal no more. Ultra Prime do well to get a kill back onto Shanks, I suppose, in the cross-map play, but Anyone's Legend, that Hextech Soul, it's winning the day. Also worth noting, folks, that grubs increase the value of your soul as well, so any damage and slows gets increased by the Ruinous Atacon, which might not be apparent on the screen itself, but trust me, when you're playing against it, you notice, that slow's a little stronger, that damage is a little stronger. Nasty as heck. Ultra Prime walking up to contest the Baron. Baron's steal is the only thing that could have happened, not going to be the case. Ziggs ult comes across, not able to secure that either. And now Junhao finds himself at the scene of his previous demise. Can he make it out again? I think maybe can this time. Tarzan jumping forwards. Saber. Oh, Vile comes in and Saber goes into the fray. Barisol does end up hitting and will go down. God damn, man, the damage from Saber is absolutely absurd. Is it enough? The Hextech Soul once again causing some issues. Kyle walking up this time. So, 2 kills from Ultra Prime onto Union's Legend, but they return the favor. 3 Baron buffs make it out alive. Ultra Prime not completely decked by that Hextech Soul this time, but still walking away very, very happy campers. It buffs Baron duration too. Now that's a thing which I didn't know. I had no idea that it increased Baron duration. That's a really important note. 25% extra time on that. That's insane. That one, I for some reason I just hadn't clocked that one. Anyway, Ruinous Atacon, kind of busted, folks, if you use it in the right way. With 5 grubs, 3 Hextech Dragons in the Soul. So for Yone, you get the extra 15% attack speed and 15 ability haste. But then that's also buffed up by an extra 25%. And then also, you know, you run at them with an E. Get the slow from the Hextech, get the slow from the Blade of the Ruin King. Bunch of damage. Yeah, this Yone is a real pain. Real pain. Hasn't built up any crit, by the way. It's gone for more Malmortius into the Hullbreaker to be tankier. But he's still going to do a hell of a lot of damage with the Hextech proc. I'm new to League of Legends. When does this game end? So we call them games, not maps, by the way. Because we only play on the same map, so it's kind of pointless calling them maps. It ends with the Nexus Falls. Should be, look, honestly, with Elder coming up in 10 seconds, should be ending pretty shortly. Saber has to ult out, and that's a problem because it doesn't do any damage to the Sejuani. And Sejuani just gets to keep walking forwards, walking up again, has himself the chain-laced crushes for the extra magic shield. Ultra Prime forced away from the Elder, and that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? They can wave clear a little bit. Not sure they can wave clear for forever, though. Shanks goes forwards. Can he use an ult to get any further forwards? He goes forwards. Yes, he does, and Shanks finds himself a kill onto the Ziggs as the Embesser goes down as well. You're asking when the game's going to end? I think it's going to end right about now. Redemption comes through. There's a wave coming up behind them with the extra 30 seconds to Baron buff, courtesy of the Ruinous Atacon, which increased the duration of it. Anyone's Legend should be able to walk through their first win of the day and of their group stage. Shunhao not able to use his early gold lead to really much avail. Anyone's Legend take a clean ace at the end of the game and will take down the Nexus. Okay, coffees are brewing. Have to balance out Final Fantasy 14 between League and WoW addictions. Jesus, that is like all of the life-changing games. Oh, this is the cross map that happens. Ah, I guess he just didn't realize that everyone else was running up to his Unbound Soul. Didn't realize that. Do you dream about League after watching casting so many games? Yes, yes. I have actually, I have, yeah, I sleep talk cast sometimes. I was woken up by, yeah, I was woken up by, Yeah, I was woken up by someone I was seeing a while ago. And they were like, why the hell were you talking about base gates? I was like, I was? That's a great question. Yeah, so I do remember that. Because the amount of games that I cast, folks, I cast on average... Wait, how many games do I cast on average? Last year I cast on average 1.5 games a day. And that's like even including the days where I wasn't casting. And I'm probably keeping up the same pace. Most tier 1 casters cast about... How many games? 150 games in a year, I think. Maybe. I cast... Respect the grind? Thank you, I appreciate it. Man, I just completely blanked on that top lane matchup, which is probably the most important thing that happened in that game. That's kind of funny. I mean, friend, pal, buddy, 4 hours of sleep. Yeah. Do you mean that coffee grind? So, funnily enough, there's a coffee roastery, like a block away from us. So we don't need to grind our own coffee. We can do. We have spice grinders and stuff. Although it doesn't grind it like to coffee. You know how like coffee needs to be ground different. And we got an interview. If you're ever invented to an international main stage, will I be the LPL expert? Yeah, I think I have to be right. No one's cast as much LPL as me in the last 3 years. Like, I think I am the most knowledgeable broadcast talent on LPL by quite a long way right now. And that's obvious, right? Because I've cast like 1,000 LPL games in the last couple of years. That doesn't mean that other people aren't knowledgeable at LPL, but that's... Yeah. Hey Hope, how's it going? And you know, that doesn't mean I will know everything, and it doesn't mean that I don't defer to other people's judgments as well. I don't have the historical knowledge of LPL compared to some others, you know, Raz, Dagda, Emily Rand. But it's wild that LPL is sponsored by Durex. I think it's a very good sponsorship. Oh, it does not buff duration? Oh, sorry, I misinformation from chat. All good then, no worries, no worries. That would be kind of insane, actually. The thing is, in Asia, like, put it this way, right? A lot of young couples meet through gaming, and if you're gonna go to an and if LPL is such a if its demographic is like young, you know, like 18 to 25 or 18 to 25 gamers or whatever, yeah, a lot of them do get into esports as a couple, so it's actually quite appropriate, I think. In the line announcements, will it be categorized as LEC talent? I don't know. Well, they don't categorize it as that, Gwen. They don't put LCS, LEC, blah blah blah. So actually, that's kind of an agnostic of that. Wait, I heard does not buff duration after it talks about the Durex sponsorship. Oops, yeah, that's an awkward conflation of topics. Guess it's a cultural thing. Yeah, so in LPL and LCK, a lot of the audience it's a much more gender balanced audience. In fact, actually, a lot of the audience in LCK and LPL is women actually. So, and yeah, I put it this way, right? If say, for instance, me and my partner, we both play League. And yeah, I would go to an esports event with them, and that'd be a fun outing to do. Because we both enjoy gaming, we both play League. Why would we not go to an event where we kind of like have a shared interest? Like in the same way that you go to a gig or you go to whatever, right? So it makes sense that you can kind of like, it makes sense that like couples would go to stuff like that if you're gonna market that kind of stuff to them, so. Makes sense. God. Joseph, see it Onivia. In Onivia's channel. I'll leave this off so you can see the schedule. My wife and I forgot to use Durex, and now we have a 2-year-old. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Just set up his Steam account yesterday. Oh, God. Jesus Christ, man. I gotta go get my coffee for the other room. Yeah, this is getting into some demonic conversations. Gwen looking crazy good on this patch? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, let me go get that coffee and I'll be back with you. Have I seen some of the LCK players get a good enough for eye candy? Absolutely. Hey. Ultra Prime. Who let the dog out? And who locked it in? Who's it going to? Junhao or Saber? It's great into Vi. The Vi first pick can't ult the Neferi very well. Because if Neferi presses W, they go intangible. And it's like a fizzy. On to the rift. Let's hear those gyros. Well, folks, I've been looking up ability descriptions for Neferi. It's gone into the jungle. Going for the Concrete. Likely going towards... I mean, I've played a little bit of it, and I know the the builds and stuff, because you're likely going towards Eclipse and Black Cleaver. That's actually a bit of an issue there for Junhao. The problem is his dogs just got... One of his dogs just got killed because he hit that Q. The big thing about Neferi is that you really want... Well, you need your dogs. If you end up attacking Neferi early and you kill the dogs, it can take a little while for them to come through. Because that's a lot of your DPS. It also means that for Neferi jungle, your jungle clear is very good, but also you can't actually combo your dogs that way. You can't kite camps very well because the dogs make it almost impossible to kite them properly. Alright, Junhao, starting with 2 dogs, not 3, so not going to get the best DPS ever. Now, first Neferi jungle, I think ever in the LPL, of course, but I wonder what... I don't actually know we've seen a Neferi jungle ever in top-level pro play. First time for everything, folks. AD Assassin Fighter, going for the Q into the E. We'll be maxing out that Q. Reminder, the big change to Neferi is the fact that her W and her ultimate have changed around. Her ultimate gave her, you know, extra bonus AD, extra, basically a stat buff. And then her W was the dash 2. Now she has to get level 6 to get that dash 2. So she has to settle for 1 dash in her basic abilities instead of 2. And that E, that kind of jump roll forwards, which refreshes her dog's HP and summons the back to her. big things about Neferi is that if you get towards Black Cleaver and you hit a Q onto someone, the bleed, much like Darius, will almost instant stack Black Cleaver. So that can be very, very powerful. In a game like this, you have double AP solo laners, so it's less important about stacking Black Cleaver for that. But still, you're just really annoying in terms of your skirmishing fighter potential. And the big thing now is that with the change of the W and the ult, your W has an extra effect now where you go untargetable for a bit. And that means that you can dodge out and stuff like the Vial. Or the Ambassador ult. Be very, very powerful. That's the untargetable thing there. Gets towards the 3 dogs. Oh, it's the W which gives you extra dog. Okay, so actually he did have the full dogs at the start of the game. I was wrong about that in terms of the DPS. But still, good clear timing right now. Going to be slightly further ahead of the Vi. Neferi's clear speed pretty strong right now. Really excited to see how they play this out. Fisher played at mid lane in the LCK last year. Yeah, he did. This is the first one of this year and the first one in the Ruik. Missing out on that ward. Big things for outplays for Neferi is waiting to see if you can use that E to get the refresh of your dog's HP. Getting the second Q onto a champion gives you a heal. That's kind of important too. Nice bleed damage. How's the Conqueror? It has good extended trades. It's going to get double scuttled though. That's not great. It's getting pushed in bot lane and getting pushed in mid lane. And that's a bit annoying. Because of course, when you're playing like a fighter, assassin, especially when you're melee, you need a stat advantage. You need to sometimes stat check someone and say, look, I can outplay. If you're playing them from behind, it means that your game becomes very risky. You tend to die a lot because you go into melee range and you don't have a way out. If you're behind as a range champion, you can just still, you know, plink people with a skill shot or two. Kind of hard to do that as a melee. Top lane matchup of the Gwen versus the Ambassador. Last game was a huge top difference to Flandre over Eugen. Now he's against Xiaoshu. On the opposite side of the matchup. He lost against the Gwen last time. Let's see if he can do anything better. This time on the opposite side of it. Milky Way going bot side. Flash forwards from Niket. Misses out on that Q, but it does end up giving a Q back. Flash forward from Milky Way, but here comes the Neferi. Can they do anything with this? It's going to go a little bit extended, and Junhao gets a Q over the entire team. The bleed is absolutely monstrous, and the Neferi turns up bot lane in their first ever top-level jungle game and gets 3 kills for his teammates. 1-0-2 on the Neferi. The dog's in town. If anyone was wondering whether Neferi does damage, goes back for a pickaxe, lands a double Q onto 3 members, immediately burns out the entirety of the bleed and applies it again, demolishing the HP bars. Disgusting damage. So Niket goes forwards first. It's a very good flash rate from Xiaoshu. That's a good reaction. It's a very close run thing. And then after this point, it's, you know, the Brawn passive hasn't been stunned yet. You do get the Eclipse and the Aftershock. The play is going long. Then watch this. Q through once, Q through again. And the damage is absurd. The damage is absolutely absurd. That burst coming through, it's not with an electrocute, it's with a Conqueror. The extended damage is nasty as hell. Red buff, of course, helping some of the chase down too. And now suddenly, poke Varus 2-0-1. That's going to be a much harder laning phase to play through. And Junhao is off to the races. This is a very powerful Neferi. He's going to go straight towards these grubs. Varus Q in there too? Yeah, for sure. It was a good amount of damage from the Varus as well. Worth calling that out. Grubs go down. As Junhao works towards his Eclipse first item, more likely than not. Man, I'm going to start playing some Neferi. This champion looks busted. Alrighty. What's coming up next? Dragon was taken by RNG, Groz was taken by Ultra Prime, as we saw that on screen. Junhao gets himself a camp takeaway. One of the dogs dies to a Winter's Bite. Ooh. As now Milky Way needs to be very, very careful in the in the jungle matchup going on beyond this point. Someone asking in chat, is Neferi late game? Well, you are a melee AD assassin. You do a lot of damage and you don't do a lot else, so that's not great in terms of you providing utility towards your team or tankiness or something like that. You do have a lot of threat. And you can follow someone like Akali through her dashes, right? She tries to dash away from you, you follow with now your R dash 2. But against the Vi in the individual jungle matchup, very good. Because Vi can't duel you very well. You can dodge out on the Q or the ultimate, which is a lot of the damage with your W. And that's a problem. Getting multiple ranks to those Darkin daggers now. Yeah, and the big thing about Neferi's damage with the Q anyway is that if you hit a second Q on someone, you hit the first one, it has a recast. If you hit someone one time, they start bleeding. If you hit them again, you deal the remainder of that bleed. And then I believe you then apply it again. And also, if it's a champion or a large monster, you heal a bit too. So you got the extra staying power. So if you get Eclipse and you get a second Q, you get the healing off of that. It means your extended trading is very, very powerful too as Neferi. It's pretty nasty. Ult coming in towards mid lane, misses out the fast arrow. Not on target, so Saber. Not having to deal with that. Okay. What are the next big things coming up? Grub's in 1 minute 30. Dragon in 2 minutes 30. Junhao, full Eclipse. This is a fed old doggo. Well, Ultra Prime used to have doggo. Guess you. You can't teach an old doggo a new trick. You can teach a new jungler new doggos. That's how the saying goes, right? Suddenly, ooh, wow, Shasha going in, forces a flash out. Milky Way not feeling good about this. Milky Way, of course, had one of the best debut splits we've seen in a very long time last spring. His summer was lackluster. Split 1 was okay for him. He got called back to RNG. He, of course, was on FPX, but that contract fell through. But he was on loan from RNG, effectively. Sadly for him, not really had the best last split. And although a lot of the time, it was kind of on his team as well. Didn't really feel like they were playing up to the standards of a player like... Or rather, playing up to the same level as Milky Way. I'm not going to say standards. That assumes a lot about personality and stuff, right? But, yeah. No, right now he's behind in the game. His last Lilia game was good. Couldn't see that out versus Thundertalk, but he on an individual level was playing that well. Really want to see what this Neferi does next. Very, very powerful. Going towards the second spawn of Grubs. Will get his team 6 Grubs. Don't really think anyone can walk up here. I think they die if Neferi runs at them. Ooh, flash away. Flash ult for flash. You actually need to be so careful there. No, we are not calling what Junhao is doing right now dogging. That is not a verb for what he's doing. Shush. Oh, God. Wacko and Xiaoxia getting some push on bot side. Not able to get more than that, though. Going for a reset, I presume. Or maybe not. Wacko maybe just looking to beta reset and then look for some poke on the way back in. Top lane going well for Yijen, who's got a massive CS lead. 20 CS, just above that. Dragon has started. Junhao able to really take down objectives very effectively with the Q bleed. Red side, of course, helps you as well with the terrain. You don't have your back to the wall, which is kind of a problem when you're taking some of these early objectives. Yijen needs to use his teleport right now. Shashu could trade through. But he does that right after his teleport. All that does is force Yijen to recall. Well, no, maybe that's not right. Milky Way ulting under the turret. Here comes the Ambessa as well. Do you have enough cooldowns? The ult hits, and the slow doesn't quite end up pinning Milky Way down for another tower shot. Yijen uses his ult, uses his flash. Dies still all the same. Good opportunity taken by Milky Way, especially since he's being pushed off the map so heavily by Junhao in the early power of the Neferi. Xiaoshu going to take a plate on towards top side. EGN not able to teleport back before this, of course. Has a couple of seconds left to get that. When's the first turret going down? Worth noting, by the way, the actual pack mates that Neferi has do damage to tower as well, and that was one of the things that was buffed on the champions that helps them take that first tower. That feats of strength were already claimed for Ultra Prime before the first tower was taken, so that one doesn't factor into it, but still, the tower goes down very, very quickly as the top lane survives from EGN, who teleports to save the tower. Do the dogs get grub buff? I don't believe so. I think that's only champion on hit, which that gets. Shasha, is he going to steal the grub? Oh, close with the shield of daybreak. Would have been nice. It would have been funny as well to see that. Good double arrow there from Wako. Ghostblade, very strong. Also worth noting, because they have the feats of strength, feats of strength makes Swifties better because it only gives you raw move speed instead of giving you stats which you don't really like. Giving raw move speed is very, very powerful. Ghostblade and the enhanced Swifties, which will be upgraded into the Swift March eventually, means that the Varus has a lot more survivability because you can just walk away from potential engages with so much random extra VC with the Ghostblade and the upgraded boots. By the way, Neferi is going to be nerfed for next matchup according to August. Neferi is very strong right now. Very, very strong. Neferi scales pretty hard. Is actually mid-game. Yeah, that's what I've seen as well. Like, as a duelist, she does very well in late game. Her dueling is very strong. The thing is, when you're going late game into Vi, Braum, it's quite hard to play out team fights because you're a melee AD assassin. Yes, you have the W, which makes it easier to play so you can go untargetable. But it feels like more of a compositional thing. If you're against people that can't lock you down as easily and can't punish you for going as melee as easily, sure, I think she's fine. And I think there are definitely some matchups where she's very strong. Like, for instance, if you see a Galio locked in and you get the Neferi into the Galio, Neferi destroys champions like Galio. Very hard to take down the Neferi cleanly at this point. Eclipse Shield, the shield you get from your W as well. The, Call of the Pack. Can be very, very powerful. You get a little bit of movement speed from that W2, the untargetability. And then, actually, does it give the shield anymore? It's just the untargetability. Oh, man, so many random changes. God damn. Still. Let's see. Has the level 6 now as well. Jumps over the wall. Needs to be a little bit careful here. It's now going to get Braum passived up. The stun will not land because the Call of the Pack makes them untargetable. Does not give a shield. Good to know. Does not give it. Only gets it from the ult reset cast. Ah, yeah, that's the other thing. So, her W used to reset on champion kill. That's the dash 2. Now it's her ultimate. It only gives one reset, but when you get the recast, it gives you a shield as well. So that's not... Oh, my God. There's so many random bits about Neferi, which I'm going to have to learn again, folks. I've not read up on this champion nearly enough. I knew it'd get picked at some point, but, yeah, what I know is I play against her in arena, and she's kind of busted broken in that. Gold leads slightly over to Xiaoshu in this individual in a matchup now, not falling behind in the Gwen. The kill and the tower plates in topside really, really helping from that failed reset from EGN. Came just after Xiaoshu teleported in. Dragon coming up in a minute. Herald coming up now. I really want to see a big skirmish. Let's see ourselves a big fight. I want to see what Neferi can do in terms of the actual damage numbers. How easy is it for them to play out the team fights? Is the W enough to actually help you survive? Can you just hold on to the W until you see a Vi flying at you? Do you need the W to give the increased total attack damage and the extra pack mates as well? Junhan used to use his E to recover his pack mates HP. Does get them that. Pack mates recovered. Good stuff. Because you don't want to lose your dogs. Your dogs are now a lot more of your DPS than they were before. Milky Way taking his wolves. Not walking over right now. Xiao on a ward, so he is spotted. Walk away from that. Essentially looking for a Hexgate over the other side. Herald now taken on. We're looking for a fight. Eclipse goes in. Aftershocks there. Xiao getting Braum passive, but will that be enough? Gwen's in to the fight too. Xiao kind of left alone on the play. We haven't seen the melees really get involved, and Chunhao goes in. Niket just explodes, and he gets a reset. He gets more than that. He gets a second kill. The theory pops off. He's now separated from the fight. Is that enough for RNG to take something back? Milky Way trying to get something done. The dogs bounce over the wall. It's not going to be enough to save Wako. Junhao walking forwards again. The daggers start to fly once more. I don't know if they can chase down for more than that. But Neferi makes their impact. Hits the W, hits the Q rather. This ends up being Herald over to the side of Ultra Prime and a 3 for 2, all things said and done. Junhao goes in, tries to stop the recall and go untargetable to stop the tower shot. Getting damage back. They get the objective, get out, and that is a very, very scary AD assassin in the jungle. I think pretty well played of RNG there to make sure that even though that the Neferi is wrecking their backline, they noticing that they don't have the ability to join the rest of the fight. So there's a set of 2 divers. Milky Way's Q gets cancelled there by the Brawl Maul. That is, oh, not by the Brawl Maul. It gets cancelled out by something there. Not exactly sure. Kali goes in. The top side goes absolutely mental, and they go straight onto Egen. The Galio ult not able to save them, but while that's happening, Junhao's doing a solo dive on the other side and completely blows up the bot lane. So it's basically just topside versus topside in terms of the actual diving onto that. Xiaoxu and Milky Way get some good value out of that. Alrighty, Saber going towards the Riftmaker second item. Akali has gone for the Riftmaker in general because they're against a lot of... It's not bursty trades from the Akali's matchups in this game. You don't burst trade a Galio, you don't burst trade a Gwen really either because of a W. You need to play for those longer kind of 3-4 Q fights as you're sitting in your W, and the Riftmaker can help an awful lot with that. Can also help you out-duel the Neferi as well. He's got the Shojin. Didn't go towards the Black Cleaver, it's eclipsed into the Shojin. I mean, that's nasty as hell for the lower cooldown on your W particularly. That's a nice... Well, I mean, it's good for all your damage, right? Getting that extra Q for the damage and your mobility from your E, the survivability from your W. Shojin, good item all in all. There's 4 dogs currently up and available. Remember, has those max 5, a lot of them coming through. The dogs actually die. But suddenly, I mean, that's just Xiaoxu getting absolutely exploded. Junhao not wanting to dive into the Braum. Braum just sat back there and saying, all right, you come into me if you want. Junhao not able to save his support. The Leona goes down for free. That's something that we said quite a lot last game, really. Xiaoxu, first games on stage with Ultra Prime in the LPL. Not had the easiest intro. Junhao going towards top side. Ascon is up and available. Don't do that much here. They have the Herald. 6 grubs as well. Not using this on mid tower. Don't often see that, actually, onto the side lanes anymore, because most of the time you take the side lanes for free anyway, really. 6 grubs will make this easy thing to do, though. Atakan started up. Junhao, good objective damage. I wonder how quickly the Voracious Atakan kills your dogs. Yeah, pretty quickly. It means you lose a lot of your DPS on there. Down to half HP. Where's Milky Way? Just down there in the Tri-Brush. Have to hop over the wall, maybe looking for a smite steal. It's gone down pretty low, it's healing up. It goes into that healing aura. Xiaoxu misses that Zenith Blaze. Junhao uses Call of the Pack to go untargetable and dodge out on that volley. Still very low HP. They're starting to lose some resistances, obviously, by sitting in the pit here. It's getting a little bit different. Here comes the jump forward, stunned up immediately, and it's a dive. Again, Wako has been left out to dry, but Niket and Jachi have had the same thing happen to their Tangyuan, trying to do something back there. The Atakan's so low, can they just get towards it? Yes, they can. It's the GA claim by RNG of all teams, even though it's Ultra Prime that put it in there. Junhao, reset on his ultimate, will be forcing those withdrawals to come through, though. So RNG, they technically lose 5. 3 of them are withdrawals, but Ultra Prime don't get themselves the objectives that they came towards. EGN and Junhao, really good damage on the dive, but not the best objective setup. Ultra Prime, it feels like they're kind of losing idea of the shape of the team fight. Let's dive in. The Varus can't do that. The Varus is left out to dry, and sadly for Wako, he's just been dove on himself, even when Ultra Prime are pulling the trigger. What we've seen is that when Junhao jumps towards one side of the fight, you're not able to jump over towards the other side of it very easily. That's been a big thing which I've been noticing. You know, jumps onto Jachi. By the way, you can't block the Hound's Pursuit anymore. You used to be able to block it kind of like a Caitlyn ult, but you could stand in front of the Neferi. You can't do that anymore. He'll just jump through you. You know, Milky Way goes straight onto Wako. And Basta goes there too. I mean, what does he do at this point? What do you do? It's a dive onto both AD carries. You can't block Neferi anymore, as we're saying. Yes, the Asher ends up hitting through onto it. It's such a good delivery system for the Galio. You can just point and click onto someone. Okay, cool. All right, get the Galio on top of it. Nasty, nasty stuff. But it leaves them out of position, and the Fury can't dive in immediately. Has to play things out a little bit differently after that point. Tiny not able to get the damage that Sheila really wants to. They get 1 kill out of this fight. 1 kill on the initial dive, and that's it. Very, very fed Neferi. We've been saying that the whole game. About to hit towards 3 items. About to get that Black Cleaver. But I'm a little bit worried now for Junhao. Been able to kill the bot lane very easily, even through the brawl. That is important. That's a good litmus test for how this champion can deal with that kind of anti-dive combo. But can you actually carry an entire team fight? It's hard to do that from jungle. Q hits, good bleed, very good bleed actually. Calls the dogs back with the E, the Eviscerate, and that's going to be another death onto Xiaoxia. Maybe flashes back out, the Galliot comes in, and the Varasol has pinned Niket into the fight. That's another withdrawal coming through as the dragon has spawned. Ultra Prime have a numbers advantage around what would be their 3rd dragon of the game. Withdrawal comes through. Remember, it takes you a little while to get back out onto the map now from the withdrawal. I think it's was it 15 seconds or something like that? Anyway, it's a little while to get back from that. Junhao looking to get that bleed. Does get that bleed. Dodges that in the turret shot again. 6 dogs maximum currently, because the extra ranks of your W... So that one gives you the extra dog pack mates as well. Xiaoxia back out onto the map. Didn't die in that last play. EGM on the side. How's the needlework? No Galio ultimate available is kind of big for Ultra Prime. On the other side, you don't have your bot lane ultimates, I don't think. I think both of them still on cooldown. Dragon getting bled lower and lower. Needlework used by EGN. That's a big tool use. Not sure about that one. Very strange from EGN. Mid tower's gonna go down. Saber can kill that. 6 scrubs, of course, very much helping. Dragon not taken just yet. Tower trade. RNG go towards the bot lane outer turret. And suddenly a fight might just be about to happen. The Shield of Daybreak not able to land, and neither does the Solar Flare. The cat gets out. Xiaoxia, not the cleanest game from the Leona so far. Xiaoxia was spotted heading into that brush, question mark. Does that ward spot him? I don't think so. I guess it's on the positioning. So Xiaoxia is on a good flank. Arrow hits onto Jatchi. That's nice. Any extra HP you take down there is very, very powerful. You don't have Needlework. Flash away from the ultimate by Wako. That's important. Suddenly Ambassador doesn't have a way into this, and Junhao gets to jump onto Milky Way, who is going to get absolutely eviscerated by the Eviscerate, but not before. Well, it's the Leona dying again. Junhao does not claim his first target, so there's no reset on his ultimate. However, Milky Way is so low, he can't stick around for a smite now. So it's 1 kill to the side of RNG. Dragon claimed by Ultra Prime, and they'll get themselves onto Hextech Soul points. So, RNG not giving a clean fight over to Ultra Prime. They take themselves one in the fight. What happens here? Q onto the Neferi. Ult onto Wako. Doesn't get the smite onto Wako to change the spell shield, because you can smite away the Edge of Night. That would have changed everything if that had been the case, actually. You can see his smite's on cooldown. So maybe a mistake from Milky Way. Failed his Q over the wall there, too. Had to flash instead. That's the thing to note. Of course, the Vi can just blow an Edge of Night's shield. There's no, like, mind game with, like, Sivir where she can time it. And maybe you can see the smite coming first and then last second spell shield out of the Vi ultimate or something like that. But still, RNG did end up winning that fight briefly. In terms of the actual kills. Lost a lot of damage. Junhao's got to be very close towards his back cleaver now. Yep, there it is. Gets it on that back. That is a scary, scary Neferi. Even though there's not that much armor on the other side, just the bleed giving you the shred so quickly is really nasty. Alongside the cooldown reduction and then the HP. It's a great stat stick. It's kind of like, you know, with Darius, right? Even if someone doesn't build a lot of armor, because you stack it so quickly, you get the full value of it so regularly, it's just worth getting it. You hit 1 Q, the bleed stacks it up. Nasty, nasty. Okay, so Baron's up and available. Side lane's not really being investigated right now. It's been much more about kind of quick picks around mid lane. Okay, it was threatening. That Swift March, though, and that's a Varasol used onto the teleporting Ambassador. Xiaoxia completely caught out, and you get a reset on the dog. The Hound's pursuit has pursued RNG right the way down the river Styx as he's pushing the boat down. Brawn passive tags onto it, but Junhao absolutely eviscerates with the eviscerate. Jachi taking some damage. It's Ultra Prime. I mean, they take the jungler, they take the top lane. I mean, that's surely just Baron started up. There's no Dragon answer on the other side. There's no side lanes available for RNG to go towards. RNG, they might have just thrown a mid lane play to the point where Ultra Prime get a great Baron off of it. A bad teleport from Xiaoshu into a great ultimate from Wako to punish means that RNG staring down a Baron push coming in with 6 grubs on it. Yeah, that's not what they wanted. That is just not the teleport they wanted. The empowered boots from Ultra Prime also helping out a lot here too, don't get me wrong. But, you know, Milky Way jumps forward. If you can get an ult range, it would have been great. The teleport comes through. This is the problem now at this point. They want to defend the teleport, but they're not really in a position to do so. Milky Way even sits around in this weird dead area going, well, oh, I'll stick around. Gets hit by the Varus second chain, and he ends up dying for that too. Milky Way, not really knowing what to do with that situation, I don't think. God, there's so much damage going through the Braum shield there, by the way. Did you see that? See the amount of damage? Niket took half his damage through the Braum shield. Level 16 Tongyuan. I'm sure there's that much you can do. The Doggo tanking up the Shuriken flip. That's another thing too. Hitting single target skill shots onto Neferi is a pain in the ass through the dogs. That mechanic, I really don't know whether that should have been added. I wasn't not a particular fan of that. Junhao, very strong, level 60. Oh my god, he's 2-level advantage himself. He's got himself the upgraded physical boots. The arrow goes wide. That could have been a fight for RNG. Not to be the case. Siege coming through with Galio Qs for poke, and of course the Varus helping with that one. Yes, quadruple melee from Ultra Prime, but they have some range abilities to help play through this. A lot of Baron damage with the 6 grubs. Range all in all. Some damage coming through from Jiachi. Trying to walk up and do something. Pretty hard for him to do so. Has a Bloodthirst try. Hang on a second. That's a smite through onto the shield. Wako gets the Galio all at the same time. He can't sit around, and the Galio just channels W on top of his AD carry, which means the AD carry is safe, and the Ultra Prime topside can start going for the dive instead. However, Tongyuan goes for an alley-oop, ults over the ult on the other side. Galio channels the W again, but it's not enough this time to save the Varus. However, you still haven't dealt with the rest of the topside. Junhao has enough HP, and Tongyuan cannot survive. Neferi lives to tell the tale. And Ultra Prime, they lose their AD carry. RNG force very hard. 3 kills for 2. Bot lane of Ultra Prime give up their lives. Baron buff, well, I suppose, mitigated for the last part of it, but RNG not really with a fight which they're that happy with either. Thank you, Kay. Very kind message from you as well. So what happens here? So this time they actually do get the smite onto him. The Ambassador doesn't combo up very well, though. Doesn't wait until he's in his animation. Junhao completely craps on Vi. Jesus Christ. And then what happens here? Tongyuan ends up doing the alley-oop. Ult from one side, ult onto the other. Junhao does end up sadly onto Jiachi that way. Uses Tongyuan as basically a bus to get there. And you can see that. You can see what Saber's trying to do. Just channel W on top of the Darius, but it just runs out of duration there. Hextech Soul now on the table, trying to scare off the rest of the team. Are they going to go for the rest of the dragon? No, they're going to go for some kills, and bloody hell, they get them a double kill for the Leona. Sure, why not? Put the sunglasses on. Deserve yourself a bit of a holiday paycheck there. EGN going to go on to Xiaoshu as well with the Hextech Soul. Xiaoshu has to teleport his way out. Ultra Prime, after getting a little bit blown apart by anyone's legend, might have just seen themselves with a victory against RNG. And don't get me wrong, RNG didn't have the easiest split one. That's an ultimate coming through from there. Xiaoshu finds out Tongyuan. It's going to be an ult for an ult. But I think a Kali ult being down, I think Ultra Prime will take that with their siege with Hextech Soul coming in just after this point. Well, I suppose the Baron must run out. Not the most consequential thing, but Ultra Prime taking a win over RNG here would be quite important. Potentially sees them into that 3rd place instead of the 2nd, which we assume these two teams will be playing off for. Not to say that they can't beat a team like Anyone's Legend or Thunder Talk in the right situation, but especially in best of ones. But still, as the 3rd and 4th seeded teams coming in here on form coming in from Split 1, that's where we expect them to end up. RNG 4-kill Tongyuan on the Akali in mid lane. Doing a decent job of killing off Wako, but that's just not been enough. They haven't been able to kill this bloody Neferi. This is best of one. Yeah, I'm sorry to break it to you folks. These are best of ones. They play a single round robin in the day, all 4 of these teams. So we have 6 games between 4 teams. And then we'll do it again. It's a double round robin for the group stage, playing one of them out today. Hex Gates coming through. Xiaoxia runs into the Vi. That's a lot of skills used onto the Leona, though, and that's a problem. There's a kill coming through from Junhao, who gets a reset, and he can start chasing through again. The Hound's Pursuit. Ooh! Zedakali. Xiaoshu going down as well. Neferi, Deathless, RNG, blood dripping out of the wounds inflicted by Ultra Prime. Bark at the moon. Ultra Prime, it is a bright, bright night for them. Walking towards the Nexus. RNG have been pulled apart at the seams. The pack walks towards the Nexus, and Ultra Prime will give a win to the first top-level jungle Neferi. I mean, this Neferi did damage, if nothing else. I mean, let's be honest, folks. Neferi only offers one thing, and that is damage. But there was a hell of a lot of it. I guess when you got the Galio, you can be okay with that more. Yeah, for sure, yeah. I think that Junhao last split was not someone I thought had a good time. I actually want to buy Cyrilda on her second. I mean, Cyrilda's is very good on Neferi because the bleed will keep applying the slow. And that's been something that's been used on her when you know, pre-rework and stuff. Cyrilda was very good for her, for sure. But also Black Cleaver with instantly stacks. It's like, if you want to go towards more HP, a bit more bruisery, Black Cleaver is obviously very good. But if you want to go for full assassin, completely good too, for sure. Hey, Zarek, good to see you. What did you miss? Game 1 was fun, had some fun team fights. This game was fun because we had a Neferi jungle. Hey, well, Doggo's doing pretty well in CFO.
我是主持人洛星，在这里我们要恭喜 UP 战队拿下了本场比赛的胜利。我们有请到的是 UP 的打野选手君豪，你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Very briefly.
好的，欢迎君豪，非常简短并且干练的一句问候啊。那在这里呢，要说一说了，因为今天你在赛场上拿出了纳亚菲利这个英雄，也是这个英雄首次以打野位的身份登上了 LPL 的舞台。在这之前呢，观众们就非常期待他的亮相。你今天也是以4-0-14这样一个完美 KDA 完成了他的首秀。那想问问，你觉得纳亚菲利这个英雄改动之后有一些什么样的优势呢
W 重做之后机制比较强嘛，
机制比较强，
然后大招伤害也比较高。
那你觉得要玩好它的话，最关键的点是什么？
熟练度高吧，熟练度高应该就会玩。
熟练度一定要高，所以此前应该君豪也私下的时候练了非常多吧？那今天的确可以看到在这场对局当中，纳亚菲利也是数次为团队赢得了先机，特别是在最开始的时候啊，下路的那一波非常快的反应，想问问那一波当时是什么样的情况，可以跟我们还原一下吗？
当时就对面打野来了，我正好在刷野，我就来了。
正好就在那边反应的非常的快速以及及时啊！今天在赛前的时候呢 ，Saber 也说了，你对于今天的比赛都做了非常多的准备。那想问问，在这个小组赛当中，你最期待的是跟哪位选手的交锋呢？
他战选手。
还是他战选手。那今天跟他战选手对垒的
Wait, Zaref, it's Monday, not Friday.
打得太好了，
好，还是需要继续努力，对吧？好，那接下来最后一个问题想问一问啊，因为在上一场比赛当中啊，就像你刚才说到的，跟 AL 的对决当中呢，你们的表现其实有很多很精彩的地方。想问问那场比赛之后，大家做了一些什么样的调整来应对这一场跟 RNG 的对决呢？
就是我们拿到优势之后，团战打好吧，然后就会赢。
好，只要大家有信心拿到优势，团战打好就 OK。我们也感谢 UP 的打野选手君豪来到我们的赛后采访。接下来我们一起来看看精彩的 Spotlight 吧。
Hey, get to see some stuff from Junhao. That's cool.
你可以大招打一个状态的，看情况。
下波吧，下波。
打一下人啊？为什么对面都是满血啊？
Okay, so this is a highlight from earlier today. This is one of the games you missed, by the way. There was some really fun team fights. I thought that Feather really was my MVP, but H1 ended up getting it for this game.
打脸上的，能一波的慢慢打。有干过的，没事，他死了。看阿丽可以吗？阿丽没大了，我带了。交进包单，不分。OK。能留单？
He's answering nothing. Blue 7, if you mean in terms of me, I have 3 chats open right now because I'm streaming in 3 different places. So I am actually answering 3 different chats, in case that wasn't apparent. I get it's a little strange if you don't see the chat on the screen yourself. Unless you're talking about the interview, in that case I don't understand Mandarin circle. It's a little bit vague as to who you mean there. Yeah. This was the cool fight, yeah. Because like you see the Neferi reset on the ult, gives you such a good ability to clean up the fight. Now, does the W make your dogs invulnerable too? Because there is some, I guess, some counterplay to say, well, okay, at least you can kill the dogs while she's invulnerable. The dogs get recall plus 2 more doggies? Because I know that the recall of the dogs comes with E. I didn't realize it was a recall on dogs from the W as well. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Oh yeah, because it does summon more. It does summon more. That would make sense, yeah. Huh. So your W and your E both recall your dogs. Good to know, good to know. I'm learning a lot more of the micro of Neferi. I think we have to learn a lot more of the micro of Neferi. If she's actually going to be strong. I guess if she gets nerfed next patch, maybe we won't see her as much in pro, but it's good to think. W, E, and R, well, with R it makes sense because you're dashing to the target as well. And like, if you damage... Alrighty. Anyone's Legend versus TT coming right up. Hey, Amber. Yeah, no, it was Neferi gameplay. It was fun. Alright, gonna be back in just 1 minute, folks. From Anyone's Legend, Flandre and Shanks. Not the easiest CC setup for them, but if you do get into the backline with Alistair, and the Cyclone starting to go a circling, the Galio ultimate can very much cause issues. The needlework can cause issues. Very high melee games today, folks. We have 8 melees on the Rift. Alright, some okay crowd chants there. Stacking up at level 1, maybe afraid of the Braum. Ash Braum is really nasty at level 1, of course. You can't really walk in to get your own wards because of that. They're trying to defend a ward going down on their Raptors, really. So if TT were to go and even just look for a ward, it would get cleared. AL wouldn't look for a fight. I think they just want to clear the ward itself. Yeah, I like this, yeah. Setup will see hope. And yeah, you can't put a ward in on the Raptors now. That is the purpose of that level 1. You can't fight level 1. You want to stop wards going through. Now Setup actually will be able to put one down now. That's important. Get something in there. AL tried to stack up to deny that. They will spot the first camp of tiles on there, but that's important because getting first information on first clear matters a lot. Oh, and by the way, folks, we do have a bit of a change in lane assignments. I did not clock onto that one. Investor mid, Akali top. Electrocute on both of them. Not going to be the grasp for the Ambassador, which can normally be very, very, very powerful. Ooh, that's going to be a stun coming through. They get the aftershock to resist, but still, Ashbourne getting some value. Akali always was a good Gwen answer back in the day. Back in 2022. Good combo from Shanks. Gets the phase rush, means you can run out of that too. It's one of the reasons you take the phase rush. Go for your full combo. You don't exactly have any value with follow-up auto attacks besides your passive, so you don't want to get that much out of it. Boy up. Gets himself a Q back onto Flandre. Tarzan. Bot side clear, going to top side. Spot on his first camp, so likely timed going towards that top side as well. Can cover Flandre while he's on the weak side of the map for now. 1xN of Feather. Will know that jungle's not heading towards bot side very likely. Even if they did, I don't really think there's much chance to kill with barrier heal from 1xN of Feather. Haven't seen this version of English before, must be from the south. My friend, I am from the Midlands. I'm from the Midlands, I am. Not, well, not quite the north. My mum's Yorkshire. That side of the family is. My dad's Welsh. Hoya, good control over this lane for now. Of course, he doesn't have to worry about mana costs in the way that Gwen does, because you're an energy champion. Ambessa was the first energy champion released since 2013, I want to say. 11 years, was it, between energy release champions? Is that the case? Setup might get CC'd up here. Tarzan. Can he flash in for an E? This could be a little bit dicey, but sees Baytron around the corner. Does not want to commit. Summoner. Baytron, of course, Setup could have flashed out potentially. No further fight there. Kyle wanting to roam up, but walks into a Braum Q instead. That could be a bit of an issue. Has to flash out. Yep, you have to. You get stand up, lose all your HP. Baytron walking to Tarzan now. Shin's out. Good duelist. On his own for now, Kyle could go for a flash combo into the Galleon. That's exactly what they're going to do. It's an exhaust, not an ignite, but it doesn't matter. Ashbourne coming down into the play now, and the pass is starting to tick. Hope gets a fast bomb, doesn't get the end final kill, but Flandre is teleported early in, and it's an absolute bloodbath. 4 dead in the bot side jungle for TT, despite having the Ashbourne, despite having the lane priority. Anyone's legend, call the early teleport, and Flandre, what a teleport from him. 4 stacks on the Dark Seal, very, very happy Gwen. Baytron thought that maybe he can get a good individual duel, but just does not respect the follow-up power of the Galio and the Alistair. Even though there's no ignites on the Alistair, they have more than enough damage with Shanks coming over. Great early roam from Shanks, great early teleport. Anyone's legend, we said that they were strategists, we said that we were waiting to see how they would adapt to an early game without without lane swaps, and they're doing very, very well. And Jester, don't worry, man, I get you now. It was a fun conversation, but yeah. All good. Anyone's legend, 1,000 gold ahead. Tarzan, 103, very, very happy. Flandre, 2 kills, very happy too, because with the extra 4 stacks of the Dark Seal, has an extra 16 AP. It's basically an extra amp tone pretty much at that point. It's almost an extra 400 gold ahead, despite also having a 2,000 gold in pocket too. TT just running it down. Well, I mean, you get it, right? They have the Ashbourne, they have the Shinzao, they want to fight early, but they don't want to fight early against numbers advantages and the amount of CC follow-up of the Galio and the Alistair. Shinzao Ashbourne is one of the strongest 3-man combos that the bot side of the map can have. You can't fault TT for wanting to fight. It's just in the manner that they were looking for it, with the lanes in the position that they were. That's where I draw issue, really. Tarzan going to take the Scuttle Crab. Grubs are alive. Dragon not actually being started. Could have dropped the aggro of that, I suppose. Feather. Oh, trying to get something onto 1xN. Slow combo. Frost Bomb's going to come through. The Corki being very bursty means that 1xN just goes down. TT misjudging the aggressive options of anyone's Legend. Now Shanks has Flash, has Taunt. He can potentially look for an extended fight here. Goes in with a Justice Punch and gets himself a two-man taunt onto the Braum and onto the Shinzao, forcing the Flash out of the Shinzao and the life out of Feather. 1xN and Feather have not been able to impact this game as the Ashe Braum. It's another death. Beitron loses his Flash and then his life afterwards, a little bit delayed. The scoreline looking a bit like a reverse Brazil-Germany, 7-1, as anyone's Legend have absolutely blown out this early game. Kyle can get himself a combo here, needs to get himself out of turret though, and will just do that. Hope needs to be a little careful there, as now Flandre takes the aggro. That tower's done 1,000,000 damage, and it doesn't even matter. Tower juggling, not necessary, but done all the same. Anyone's Legend, almost 2,000 gold ahead cleanly. Well, over 2,000 gold ahead cleanly at this point. Thunder Talk, been absolutely blown off the rift. First game of the day between Anyone's Legend and RNG, or rather Ultra Prime, not the cleanest. This one though, absolutely lovely roams from both mid lane and bot lane to support the rest of the map. Flandre with the teleport as well. Anyone's Legend seems like they're all on the same page for the fights that they want to take and the globals that they have to use with them. Oh, that's a foot. Wait, hang on. That's another point. Folks, 10 stacks. You're absolutely right. These are two 10-stack Dark Seals. So I'm just gonna write something on screen here. Wait, how much? Yeah. One Dark Seal stack is 4 AP. 10 stacks, 40 AP. It's about 700 gold ahead. That is how much extra value they both have. They have an extra 700 gold in terms of the actual stats that they have on top of everything else. It is so nasty. They are so far ahead at this point. Even though the Gallo doesn't have to build towards AP early, going towards that tank first item. Both of these guys are effectively adding like an extra 1.5k gold lead on top of what they already have. It's an insane amount of stuff. Kyle doesn't have himself a 6, but the Cyclone does. The Wukong clone was punted into 1xN. The Cyclone's going to get a little bit nasty as Beitron goes down. Flandre is doing a massive amount of damage. Yes, you do get one kill, but Flandre, the Gwen was so disgusting in the last game. It's so disgusting here too. Can't follow up for that extra Q. 6-0 and 2 though. Flandre, incredible performances from him today. This is ridiculous. Shanks with the 10-stack Dark Seal. Kill setup. What a shellacking. This isn't even close. Shanks and Flandre so far ahead of the game. 6-0 to 4-0-4. Hope and Kyle been better than their opposing numbers too. I thought this was meant to be the close game of the day. The first and the second seed. It's not been that, folks. It's not been close at all. This is the OP Gwen patch with a 10-stack Dark Seal. They should legitimately go for Medjais right now. It is efficient at this point. It is so good at this point in the game. The earlier you get a Medjais, the better it is. We have a fight in picture-in-picture as we are watching the replayers. Hoya has to get himself out of the play. Oh my word, it just doesn't stop. It just does not end. Another kill onto Beitron. 0-4 in the jungle. Thunder Talk. What can you do at this point? They played for early fights and they've lost them soundly. Riftmaker comes in for Flandre. First item for Shanks won't be far behind either. He'll go back for the Hollow Radiance. This is not okay. Shanks will be winning the 1v1 with the Akali. I'm sorry, this Akali just cannot play against this Galio. Both of these solo laners should be getting their first item if you want it for functionality. And then really after that point, you upgrade into the Medjais. The Medjais is so nice because the problem is you're now overcapped on your Dark Seal stacks. You can't get any more value from them. You want the extra movement speed, I think, for both of these champions in this kind of draft. So the 10-stack Medjais definitely effective there. It allows you to just hyper-scale into the game. Just hyper-snowball. Get your first item, sure. It's actually a Sunfire cape coming through for Shanks, not the Hollow Radiance. Not really. Yeah, Sunfire doesn't feel like a great item anymore, not gonna lie, because the HP scaling on the burn is much worse than the Sunfire Cape. So a lot of people go for the Hollow Radiance anyway. Roam towards this top side of the map. And Besser is going to be stopped under here. You have the Galio ultimate. Stopped with the needlework. Yeah, that's a problem. He doesn't have flash, does have an ultimate. Second needlework hits. Flandre is happy to just walk up and say, alright, I'll just cancel out your CC. Here comes the dive. Setab, no, Flash uses the ult, but he dies anyway. The ultimate of the Alistair makes a big difference, and it looks like the teleport on the other side of the map was cancelled out. Just cancel out. Shanks must have got a taunt or an E onto him. So Hoya can't even return to try and pick up a wave under turret or anything like that. Anyone's Legend, another clean kill. Beitron, why are you here? Trying to go onto Flandre. He doesn't have the needlework now. Goes into the fray. Beitron goes for it again. Can he get himself the knockup? He's trying. The broad passive comes through, and they can't get the kills. They can't get anything. Another 2-0 to Anyone's Legend. They swing for the king, and they miss horribly. The teleport from Akali could have... I don't even know if it would have turned around much. He backs off from the lane, but he's within E and W range. Ult comes through from Akali after that point. He can't even get anything after that point. Even against a full armor. Galio, 1xn now on the turret. Has to flash away from the combo. Doesn't even take tower aggro because he doesn't do any damage to him. 1xn has to sit and weep. What do you do? What do you do? What more to be said? 13 minutes in. Clear of a 5k gold lead, verging on 6. Beitran might even die here again, by the way. Needlework's coming up now. Flandre is so ridiculously strong. He's going towards Cosmic Drive second. Yeah, Braum getting some damage with that passive through back again. Beitran gets exhausted, and here comes the Galio. Here comes the Needlework as well, as a kill comes through onto the Alistair. A rare kill for TT, but they lose themselves their jungler and their support in trade. Setab has an ult in 10 seconds. Not sure he can do that much more on it. Setab might be able to get something onto Hope as he's stayed too long. What are you doing there, son? Public execution goes on to Shanks, who doesn't really give a damn. Bit of a fast and loose play here from Anyone's Legend. So they do lose their AD carry as the ultimate of Setab comes through. What is Hope doing at the end of that fight? Well, Flandre has Riftmaker at this point, so he has a lot of healing, which is a bit of a problem. Has the Conqueror too, of course. And you can see how much random healing he gets at this point. Look how much extra random HP he gets. Great, just E on the floor to get himself that auto-attack reset. And while that happened, Hoya, yeah, not in the happiest spot. Did he get solo killed? Shanks just solo killed Hoya as a Galio versus Akali. What the hell? Hits him with the, what is it? The Dallas Smash? What is the All Might does? It does a lot of them. Oh, flash combo in 1xn. No flash because he tried to avoid it the last time. Doesn't have it again now. Kyle, wonderful Alistair game from him. Beitron has to ult to wave clip as they shins out. That is how dire things are getting. Teleport to the other side of the map. Galio will collect that wave. I mean, TT trying to stem the bleed. Well, the bleeding's already happened, really. They've already been exsanguinated. One of my favorite words, by the way. It means your blood's been removed. They'll have been doing that through blunt force trauma. 4 grubs to 2, not the 6 grubs. It's not the easiest to take down the turrets, I suppose, as it could be, but... well, that's just a luxury they're missing. They've had too many others of them, I suppose. Who gets MVP? Well, that's the question, isn't it? If you look at this game so far, well, you tell me, chap. Who do you think is MVP? Ryan Edge's Legend. Only 15 minutes into the game. Who's been more instrumental to it? There's an argument that Shanks has it. I think this Galio is an absolutely absurd. Flandre, another great one going from him. 8-0-6. Fuck me, man. Jesus. That is not okay. Swiftness boost built up for Cork. Yeah, you'll notice this a lot, by the way. If you get feats of strength, you can build towards swiftness boots instead of the other builds. Whether if you don't have feats of strength, I don't think it's worth going towards it. But if you get them hit, the amount of move speed you get is absolutely disgusting. Flandre with the teleport bot lane. That is a great point. Flandre's early teleport, that might swing it for me. That early teleport was absolutely clutch. Absolutely crucial. Flandre now on the bot wave. Dragon being started up would be the second of the game. Hoya, Beitron, Feather on the bot side of the map. But you do have to go into a Gwen with Flash and with W. So, yeah, good luck with that. Tower taken in mid lane. Dragon taken. TT with no cross map. You know, 6,000 gold down, or however much it is at this point. Too much. Too much indeed. Oh, so much gold, man. Yeah, 6 and a bit K. And yeah, by the way, I will say this as well. Yeah, get your Magi's now. Magi's is better the earlier into the game you get it. Because you want to be overcapping on it if at all possible. And let's be honest, if TT want to shut down your Magi stacks, they have to try very hard to do so, and they likely pull themselves out of position when trying. Shanks, very safe to wave clear on his own here. That Sunfire Cape is, yeah. Sunfire Cape and Tabby means that you can't really do that much as the Embesser. Yeah, you might be anti-tank at some point in the game, not at this. Fell during all of this proceedings as well. There's no turrets outside of the base for Thunder Talk. AL feeling more like anyone's lightning at this point, the way that they're finishing before Thunder. Thunder Talk on the other side, yeah, not much they've really been able to do the most of this game. Tries to dive into the turret, Smite comes through, and they wrote a check they couldn't cash. Ult on the Alistar. The Galio magic shield helps too. Oh, he was looking for the... was he looking for his E stun? Gets the Storm Surge proc after that void, but dies so quickly. So quickly. Hoya not able to really make an impact in this game. 11-0 and 10 for Flandre. 7-0 and 13 for Shanks. These scorelines are not okay. These books are not okay. Dragon goes down. There's an Infernal Dragon amping up that as well. Atakan likely to fall after this, and it's a Ruinous. That'll boost up the basic dragons they have. It'll boost up... yeah. Whole lot. They'll get themselves the extra Pathals as well. They already have 28 before these spawn. Gonna get themselves to what? Almost 50. There you go. 52. Bloody hell, that's insane. 57! What? Where are they getting all these things from? Each of these giving some adaptive force and some extra experience. 15 to 13 in the mid lane matchup. 14 to 14 in the top lane is the closest it gets, really. Engage under the turret and Setab ults backwards. Flandre has himself the W running. Doesn't pull the ultimate just yet, but Tarzan forces the issue. Not able to completely end up this fight. Taunt lands onto Hoya. No one's dying just now, though, right now. Kyle has himself a combo up off of cooldown again, but TT don't have the HP bars, really, to walk up to even tank that. A flash forward for the taunt doesn't quite land it, but it forces the flash out of base one. Turret falls. 2 inhibitors down in the base of TT. I think the game's going to be ending quite shortly, folks. Hoya teleports into the mid lane, looking to punish an overforce, tries to use the HP. This is their best chance they have, and it is so swiftly snatched away from them. Hoya, full HP, had 0 follow-up in anyone's legend, clutched out the defense. Clean, strategic play from anyone's legend. All on the same page. Quick reaction speed. Kyle goes in, has himself an ultimate if he wants to use it, and indeed he does. Hope jumps forward. The whole team jumps forward. Hope gets himself a double. As Shanks gets himself into the fray as well. So much armor. He can start tagging up the turret as well. The whole team's dead. Quadra kill for Hope to finish it off. Thunder Talk wiped off the Rift as anyone's legend are finalists from Split 1. Yeah, Shanks has had a good day so far, Mickey. He said the game was very satisfying. I don't think that's a super accurate translation, but something like that. Hey, Sam. Oh my god, did you just bring me a fucking cinnamon roll?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
New cinnamon roll place.
Oh shit, thanks so much.
Today, in fact,
so. Oh sweet, cool. Yeah, it's been Sam, that last game, did you see the last game, Sam?
I saw Flandre went 6-0, and then went...
Sam, you went 12-0 and 12, and Shanks went like 10-0 and 10. Both of them had like 25 stack Medjais at the end of the game. They started off with 10 stack Dark Seals at 8 minutes. They both got Medjais as like second, third items.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, it was...
How much value is that for Medjai for a Dark Seal then?
Dark Seal at full stacks is 700 extra goldish. Because it's, so it's 40 extra AP from 10 stacks. Because they're gold efficient at 350. They're gold efficient on purchase. So you get an extra, like 700 gold per one. So they had like an extra... Alright, let's grab those. We just had a delight of a last game. If you're an Annuals Legend fan, disaster of a game. Stuff of nightmares if you're a TT fan. Thundertalk, Ultra Prime, up against each other. And at the start of the day, I would have said, well, TT definitely looking a lot better than Ultra Prime, but Ultra Prime, really good last game with the Neferi from Junhao. It was a counter bit into the Vi, because the Vi can't ult the Neferi, really. With the Vi banned here first, I wonder whether TT just said, look, we're not giving you that chance to play the Vi Gambit. Let's do a different jungle matchup. So, what's up now? Kalista been kind of not present today, really. Had one game of it. Out of the 4, though. Kali banned away. Both these mid laners are Kali players. So we still have Ambessa. We have Jace. We have Gwen. Sejuani banned away. How are we feeling about Jace, folks? Jace into Gwen. Is that a good deal? Jace has been banned the whole day. And while we were saying, oh wow, Gwen looks powerful, is it something you can play into the Jace? We haven't seen that matchup here in the LPL yet on the current patch. Varus Walker takes away from 1xN as well. Good player of the champion. Likely lock in off the Gwen. Hovering over the Neferi, which got the MVP earlier. Not locked in just yet. And I don't think it will be unless the Vi's there. H1 Nidalee, very different pick from the rest of the jungles today. Could go for triple poke. Well, I suppose you don't have another poke option. Your typical triple poke option is Jace, Nidalee, and Varus, but Varus already taken by the other side. The Nidalee helps though. The Leona rather. Gives setup, means that someone gets hit by the Leona solar flare. The skill shots come raining down, and yeah, things kind of explode. No, I'd love to see a Talon. It is very unlikely to be locked in. You know, I used to be a top 400 at Talon player in EU West. I'm kind of obligated to say that. Oh well. Such times have passed. Alistair locked in for Xiaoxia. Any thoughts about drafting? Well, I'm interested to see how the Jace goes, because Jace has been banned a lot. Jace is very, very strong with lane swaps removed and just being able to just be lane bully central again, even into the Gwen. Beitron's been an okay Nidalee in the past, but Nidalee is hard to play. TT's early game plans have largely... Well, I say that. Like, their plans are very ambitious in the early game. It worked well versus RNG, poorly versus Anyone's Legend. Now we'll see how it works against Ultra Prime. And Nidalee gives you those early plans. Power to play through them. Sal's banned away. Banning away the Akali as well, mate. Oh, it's already gone. Yep. Sal's Renekton banned away. I guess they're afraid that the Jace goes to mid lane. Yone banned away, but anything else particularly standing out? We've had a lot of melee competitions today. Any of the melee mid lanes to get rid of? Well, you've already got rid of Galio, the Akali, the Yone. Tryndamere banned away from Saber, who was hovering over it in one of their last drafts. Or was it TT that did that? We had been hearing some rumors of Tryndamere. And we did have that one game of Tryndamere Blitzcrank. I believe it was OMG that played that. Right, Sam. Oh, he was casting that series. I remember there being a Game 5 Blitzcrank Lilia Tryndamere comp. Wasn't great, folks. In Fearless. Thank you, Surfer. I appreciate it. Ultra Prime played a lot of Tryndamere. They did a while ago, yeah. Okay, Saber locks in the Rise, gives you some macro potential. Okay versus the Jace as well. What do you round this out with TT? Do you happy taking the Jace into the Rise? I would be pretty happy with that. I don't think it's bad. But then what do you do about the Gwen? Surely the Jace is the most dominant top laner in the laning phase. Still, especially with lane swaps removed. I think it's easier to answer out the Rise. I suppose we have seen Jax into Gwen too. Rerun the Neferi. I would like to see the Neferi rerun myself. And I think it's good versus mobile compositions. Can you just chase people with your ult? Nah, locked in. So Nara into Gwen. Look to play the slow roll, Jack of all trades champion. Bit of side laning pressure. Junhao, last pick of the draft. Locks in the Lee Sin, so not the Neferi. Maybe a bit afraid to play the dog into the Cougar. Still, skill expressive champion. Good playmaking, can kick back any of these members and feel pretty good about it. Ultra Prime. That Gwen has really ran today. Can Jian do that now? Saber on the rise gives him some macro potential. Junhao having a good day. Having a good day on an individual level. With TT, they have good setup, they have good vision. We get into our 5th best of 1 of the day. There was a TTGI on that. I heard that and I appreciated that. Oh. Fairy Tale Mute has actually told me to check my posture, so I was about to go. The thing is though, when I'm off camera, I do tend to slouch a lot because I tend to get comfy, but the channel points do demand it. I will hydrate. I will go get that posture checked. Make sure you're looking after yourselves in chat as well, folks. We're 5 games in. If you've been sat here the whole time, maybe get up and walk around a bit. Touch grass. Touch dendro. That's Genshin Impact's grass. Beryl would know that, and he's a world champion. Twice. Maybe he knows better than you, if you ever thought about that. Saber putting down a defensive ward setup. Potentially looking for a level 1 trade. Has the grasp. Wondering if he was going to form change and get the move speed to get into the melee cube. Jace, of course, has a strong level 1 if he can actually reach you, because he has that double ability. Saber starting the Q with it. I think it was there. I think I saw that. Egen hit the... Ooh, that's a really good trade early, actually. Has the Conqueror, has the Ghost as well, instead of the Flash or the Ignite. So the Gwen player is starting to really understand... well, they're showing their understanding of the matchups. Saying, okay, Jax is Ignite. Ambassador is Flash, and the Gnar is Ghost. Because the Ghost for Gnar means that he can't just look for the slows and run away from you and outspace you. You can run it in with Needlework Ghost. He can't really disengage you. Mega Gnar's a different question, obviously. You just don't play against that. Xiaoxia hits level 2 first. Ooh, and they get themselves a good play there. Feather. Stuck at level 2. Very lucky for him. The W stacks of Varus weren't popped by that arrow, because that would have been a hell of a lot of damage. If he didn't size up that arrow, I wonder whether they could have followed up to force a flash. So, junglers going through their clear opposite sides of the map. Lee Sin going to end up on top side, Nidalee going to end up on bot side. EGN doing well in the early phases of lane hit. Hoya using that short range hop. For those of you that don't know, the mini Gnar hop gives you a ridiculous amount of attack speed. I think it's like 40% or something like that. A rank 1. Far too much, honestly. I say that Gwen's E is one of the best stat sticks in the game for auto attacks. It used to be the case that level 1 E, you'd even beat Darius in a 1v1. Beige going to walk up to the level 2 bot lane. Ends up getting... Good combo onto there. Has the Conqueror. Doesn't want to jump in and potentially get flash headbutt, then flash pull, then headbutt it into the tower, which makes sense. But it does take a chunk out of that Varus, which helps, considering that 1xn and Feather did take a bad chunk out before. Xiaoxia. Now he's in a bit of an awkward spot. Headbutt away. If the spear lands, though, could be a problem. And it does. So Xiaoxia, a bit of problem. Setab has the Rune Prison for the slow onto him. Dodges out on the Q, gets a good knockback, and he gets hit from under tower, but just doesn't quite have the damage or the HP to land that Q or any other CC to get Junhao killed. Kill over to Saber. Satab goes down. Junhao. Couple of games now. This is the third game where he's gotten ahead early. His individual jungle performance has been good. But he came over from the PCS a little while ago as well, from what I remember. And he struggled last split. No one's gonna hide from that one. But his individual gameplay in this day of games has been really good. So that's a weird thing, where he goes for the EW after the flash, but because the E takes a longer travel time to the flash, the full roots doesn't come through. It doesn't end up mattering. It's good reaction timing from Setab, but not quite enough to make the difference. Tier for both mid laners. Now, Saber now doesn't have flash is the problem. Gets the slow from the melee range, but there is a phase rush which gives him the movement speed to run out of the play. Feather flashes forward, can't return the favor to mid lane. That Junhao dealt out first. There's one speedy blue man. Blue man group coming to several locations near you within a very short space of time. You know, wait, have I ever seen the blue man group? No, I saw Stomp. Stomp was good. Stomp was very good. Another percussive stage show. Gwen is immune. Nara's not. Grub spawning in 40 seconds. Feather misses out on that Zed blade, which could have been a bit of a problem for Xiaoxia. Junhao walking towards Beichan. Actually a level up on the Nidalee. Ha! Now isn't that something? Doing well on this early Lee Sim. Especially since he had that gank as well. He did end up, you know, dropping sometime. Going up towards the Gromp now. Can potentially look for a smite secure. Maybe doesn't want to use the smite while grubs are coming up. Gets us up in 15 seconds. It'll be fine, I suppose. If he had 2 charges of it. I'm going to imagine. Yeah, he does. He'll have the second smite up anyway. TT would love to get grubs because Nara is very good at hitting towers. Jace can be as well. Looks like they'll get him. So Junhao takes the Gromp away, gets himself an individual advantage, but Beichuan, by taking the grubs, will get himself a team advantage. Stomp is very good. I really enjoyed Stomp. I like stage shows in general. Level 6, very early on for Junhao. Level 6 potentially for a big fight like this. Xiaoxia. Realm Warp 10 forces Beichuan back. Teleport, Smite goes away. Junhao, remember, has himself... Oh, that's a flash in from the Alistar. Remember, they have the Lee Sin damage setup. Still doesn't have that flash from the earlier gank. And it's a kill. A second one over to Saber on the rise. Ultra Prime making plays well. And hey, we were saying, hey, TT, the early game plans are normally ambitious. It's Ultra Prime which have the plans, and they're the ones which are getting paid for it. Oh, that's a ward hop behind. Is he going to get kicked into the wall? No, not quite. Dodged that on the Q. Hoya, well survived. I think Junhao could have put him in a lot of danger there. Hoya, under a lot of threat, loses that flash. What is there to talk about now? Dragon's up. Some resets coming in from bot lane though, so TT not going to start it up right now. They need some resets for food and water. And probably items, really. That's actually probably it. A night at the inn. A good rest. I feel like I should learn some of the Darkest Dungeon narrator lines for dramatic effect. Rest in peace. What a narrator he was. One of my favorite narrators of all time. Like the Halo narrator, announcer, Darkest Dungeon, and Disco Elysium. They're probably the ones which I resonate with the most. The ones which I have the most nostalgia / admiration for. Okay, so Dragon's up, as we said earlier. Grub's 2-1 for TT. Ultra Prime, slightly ahead in gold. Eclipse first build coming in for Junhao at some point. Poke Varus. It's not going to be the full ADC. But they have enough to consistent damage from Ryze and Gwen. They don't care too much for all that. And there's no hyper tank on the other side to cause an issue where you need like the Blade of the Ring King Rage Blade stacking. Ejin doing well in his individual lane. Hoya without the flash now. Use the Ghost in that play too to run at him. His Ghost will be up sooner than that flash. Maybe he can force the play around that timing. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You know, I never played Darkest Dungeon 2. I should maybe get around to that. I'm a big fan of the whole roguelike-y thing. It's not, well, it kind of is roguelike. You do multiple runs and stuff. Maybe, no, it's not really roguelike. Whatever. Okay. Half is. Roguelite, if anything. Top lane matchup, the Gwen, has really been the flavor of LPL Split 2 so far. Everyone's been playing this because of the changes to it. W goes wide from the wallop. Eventually, TT are going to have good poke. Nidalee, Jace, Ezreal, all in the very long range, and that will be a point in the scaling advantage for them. You know, Ultra Prime can close the distance, but only really with some, you know, Realm Warp. Hoya kicked into the wall and kicked into the grave. Junhao, clean kill from him. 1-0-2. Very, very clean. Couldn't do it the last time around, but, well, Junhao's flash came back up. Tends to help with that. Another good play from the jungle of Ultra Prime. He's had a good day. He has had a good day. The MVP on the Fury, even his Vi was ahead 2,000 gold ahead earlier. Goes back, buys himself an Eclipse. Happy Lee Sin. Almost, well, 700 gold up on a Nidalee. Gets himself the Dragon to Page 1, but, I mean, the damage is done from Lee Sin. He's hurt mid lane, he's hurt top lane. Yeah, there was like one spear on bot lane from Beitron earlier, but he's not been able to combo up to do that much. Now the question is, okay, you got the early advantage, that's all well and good, 1,000 gold, all said and done. What are you going to do about TT when they start settling into, you know, the 2-item spike? It's not for a long time. Do you have a plan to snowball heavily enough so the 2-item spike just isn't effective? What's the plan? Getting it towards 4 grubs, they'll give them the mites and stop TT from getting their own side lane objective power. EGN gonna teleport to the other side of the map, collect some wave under tower. Rod of Ages completed for Rise. On a good timing as well. Very good timing. Often you see it completed around, I mean, God, I've seen it finish at like 15 minutes to the point, 16 minutes, with 2 kills. The Rod of Ages comes online earlier. Now, there are bonuses to that. Obviously, you get the stats earlier from the Rod of Ages. Does mean that you're less likely to get it as like a level up from level, well, if you get it very late, you can get it as a level up from level 15 to level 16, which is the most valuable you can really get to your 3rd tier of your ultimate, really, earlier. Because, of course, the amount of XP you gain from going from level 15 to 16 with the Rod of Ages completion is more than the XP advantage you would get from level 14 to 15, level 13 to 14. But the earlier you get it, the earlier you get the stats. So, Safe's not going to be unhappy with that, especially with getting close towards Seraphs too. Both them time-dependent items. Why is Gwen continuously let through draft? Well, I think the logic is you've got to let something through draft. And I don't think everyone's been able to play around a zero CC top laner as well. Hang on, that's an ultimate miss from Hoya. I was wondering if EGN could throw the needlework out and run at them a little bit. Force a flash, maybe. Not going to happen here, though. You want the Mordekaiser method back? I don't want Mordekaiser back in Arena. I ban him almost every arena round. That champion is not fair in that one. Have you ever seen the heal and shield Mordekaiser build? Where he just gets an infinite W? Ah, it's bad. Oh, it's pretty bad. But yeah, I miss some Mordekaiser. 369 was the big Mordekaiser player. Him and Wayward, those two were the big Mordekaiser players in the LPL last year. Junhao. Xiaoxia, under bot lane turret, it's a flash forward, and that mini-nod doesn't get Q because the Q goes wide from Junhao, despite the fact that he was CC'd. A rare mistake in this game from Junhao and the Lee Sin means that Hoya survives with his flash. That one is a bit of a freebie. Should not really have gotten out of that one. Any thoughts about how this game will go from Gab and Onivia's chat? Well, I think it's quite obvious that Ultra Prime will look to try and snowball and play around Realm Warps and force onto the Mini-Gnar in his side lane, use the Lee Sin to just kind of kick him in the face whenever he shows his Mini-Gnar under a turret. But eventually, TT will want to slow things down, play towards a 2-item spike with Lee Sin, with Alistar, Ezreal. But they need to not fall far enough behind. The fact that that Q misses slows the game down a little bit. That's important, because you know what we were just saying? Hey, they need to not fall that far behind. This kind of stuff does impact that. An extra kill onto that lane, an extra kill onto the Lee Sin or onto Ryze or Gwen or whoever ends up being the beneficiary of that can accelerate the game to the point where Ultra Prime don't have to care about your range advantage anymore later into the game. Because, you know, yes, you have the poke Varus, but it's one champion then against Nidalee, Jace, Ezreal. So it's 1 versus 3 in terms of the poke battle. Gwen can't close the distance as well as she'd like to. Lee Sin can do something with flash, but not always the easiest into a Leona who can just like flash Q you before your combo's complete. And Alistar has to do similar, right? He doesn't really like playing against outrange compositions, so that'll be where the game is won and lost. Can TT get to a point where it's their range which is more important than Ultra Prime's early gold? Oh, it's good coffee. Oh, I live off of coffee sometimes, folks. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. First dragon being taken by TT, quite important. If Ultra Prime could threaten an early soul, I mean, we haven't seen the Rift yet, but if it's, you know, a Hextech soul, Ocean soul in this kind of game too, quite important. Then, Mountain soul as well, is very powerful. Then that can maybe change that scaling question later on. Now, if you have a Mountain soul, you care less about the poke. Same with Ocean, same with Hextech, because you can chase people down. Dragon's gonna get taken now, TT not gonna contest. I think that's fine. They know they have the other dragon. It's a Mountain soul. It's a Mountain soul. Yeah, that's valuable. Mountain soul is valuable, even without a hyper tank. Fighting for that eventual shield can be very, very powerful. Junhao has flash, and he's not gonna be able to follow him just yet. He doesn't quite get the flash. 1xSenn outplays Junhao in the clutch moment. Flash for flash, but he does have to leave that turret. Now, is there a play on the other side of this? That's going to be a slight play. Hang on a second. Turret's dead. Setup can jump onto the EGN. How is this 1v1 going to go? Shojin starts to stack up, but that Gwen is looking very, very nasty. Why did he walk back? Why did he walk back? Setup gives himself up for free. Zegen just walks up and snips him down. There was no enemy teammates and enemy players coming up to finish off Setup. Big mistake there as he walks into the Empower Q. Maybe thinks he can get like a Q and a grasp heal. There's no way that works out. Maybe just thinks he can play around Baitron. Big mistake by Setup. What did he just do? I don't get it from Setup. I don't get it. I don't see what the idea was. Normally when a player makes a misplay, I can kind of see what they're looking for. So he uses the Demolish. It's a melee proc Demolish is even more damage. Starts to really run at them. Of course, fighting Gwen in the W as well is hard because you get a lot of resist. Doesn't dodge out on all the damage, dodges that needlework. He has a... Is he trying to bait him into the trap? I mean... What did you think was going to happen there, friend? What did you think was going to happen? It's beyond me, folks. It's beyond me. TT. Maybe playing on weak side on top side now. Junhao smites away the Gonk because Baitron doesn't have his own smite. Can't kill that in time. Level advantage on the Lee Sin versus the Nidalee. Half a level. But hey, in the actual skill points and the stats. That's what mattered for that point. Saber completed his Seraph's Embrace and his Rod of Ages well on the way to completion. This is a very powerful rise. We just haven't seen it impact the game just yet. Ultra Prime getting a lot of gold randomly through some misplays from TT. Brings us back to that question. Can TT get to a point where they can play around their range? Can they get to 2 items on their poke champions? Well, they're close enough to their 2 item completion now. I'm getting a little bit worried. Getting quite worried. Ultra Prime are picking up a lot of freebies here and there. And that's not what TT want to do. Thanks for adding the missing ping, Amber. I appreciate that. Wacko almost at 2 items as well. I mean, the poke Varus from Wacko is going to be important too. Because, of course, yes, it is 1v3 in terms of the poke, but if Varus lands a good enough couple of arrows, it'll be nasty. I suppose Ezra, the Nidalee does have sustain through that primal surge. That can be very powerful. but kind of behind in terms of that gold. Nidalee from behind the game, not even half the champion she is when she's ahead. So, game slows down again. Minute until Dragon's up. Very low mid lane turret from the side of TT. Herald and inventory for H1. Could use that as a counterweight for the next objective. Someone walks up to the objective, you put the Herald down in the lane, they have to pay attention to that. Is that the plan? John Howe. Neil on the queue. 1xN trying to get himself some wave play, but all it takes is one extra auto now. The wave's gone, which is why you have to call your jungle support here. Close to a Cosmic Drive from EGM. That's nice too, because the extra movement speed on Cosmic Drive means you can chase down these pesky, mobile, fast-running champions like Nidalee, Nard, Jace, and Ezreal too. Running towards bot side. What was that? What was that sound? Was that Atakan? What the hell was that? Anyone? Any ideas? That was something of all time. Oh, that was a trap onto Saber. So that caused him to burn. Oh, it's the Liandry's burn. Yeah, yeah. So this is why we see some Liandry's on Nidalee. It's been the more popular build for Nidalee. If you go Liandry's in. Hang on a second. 1xN just Eid has his flash coming up now. But yeah, if you go for Horizon Focus and the Liandry's, very good trap damage actually. Means actually that can actually be, that skill can be useful besides going towards just your mark. Dragon's gonna go down. Counterweight in the mid lane. Hang on a second. There could be a combo onto Baytron. Pops out far enough. That's fine. It's a little bit worried for a second. Half mid lane turret HP down. Siege comes through. 2 items for Ezreal. 2 items for Jace, but not completion on the Muramana. This is the power spike which you wanted to use from TT. See that Ezreal taking some damage from Varus on the way back though, and if Nidalee's not there, you can't sustain through it with the Primal Surge. TT decides to play like solo queue Baus without the winning. Oof. Harsh words, friend. Harsh words. I think that TT were actually very coordinated last split. Very good at playing their dive combos when they played, you know, Vi, Ambessa, Kai'Sa. That's how they beat BLG last split. Of course, they had some lane swaps to utilize there to hide Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's kind of dead with lane swaps being gone. Kai'Sa's very hard to play with without lane swaps kind of securing her weaker early game. Her lane matchups are just not really good enough right now. That's also one of the things, by the way, folks. I know a lot of people like Fearless Draft. However, with lane swaps being removed, a lot of the champions you'd see still aren't going to get played in Fearless. You know, it was the mix of Fearless and also that which helped. Atakan going down. Baytron not coming up right now. Oh, hang on a second. They're going for a steal. Do you want to go for a steal? Do they just give up the GAs? Looks like they do. Ultra Prime, take the Atakan. TT to say, well, okay, TT last game they played, no, the first game they played versus RNG, pretty good at trading objectives where they can. And this is exactly what they're doing here. They're saying, look, you might get yourself a GA. Who cares? No, we'll just take turrets. They take bot lane out of turret, they take mid lane out of turret, they push up towards bot lane in a turret, use the demolish on that. As long as the game doesn't become about one big fight with the Guardian Angels from like the hand of Atakan, doesn't really matter that they gave up that objective. TT gets some golden pocket, they even up the gold. I think, you know what, I think they're okay with that. That's not a bad example of how to trade objectives when Atakan's up on the table. Really hope 1xN shows up this game. I really enjoyed watching him last split. I love 1xN as well. I think 1xN is one of the best players of the last class of LDL talent. Well, just before that, he's kind of just ahead of, you know, the recent rookies coming up. He's been exceptional to watch. Mid lane turret's going to go down for both teams, I think. Baytron can't break clear this one out. So, the map becomes much more open now. One outer tower remains, and that's in the top lane outer one for TT. Everyone else is down. Dragon in 2 minutes. It's not going to be soul point. Oof, good spear from Baytron. Yeah, that's the poke, isn't it? That poke's nasty. And yeah, those traps, the bushwhacks, kind of nice. The extra burn from the Scorched Claw jungle item. Leandries, Horizon Focus giving the % damage increase as well. It's nothing to turn your nose off at. Baron in a minute. The GA wearing off in 40 seconds. So Ultra Prime not really getting anything out of that objective. 2.5 items now reached. And because it's even gold, you know. I think TT are very happy with that. The top lane matchup's evened up. The Nard doesn't feel like it's under threat by the Gwen right now. We haven't seen creative realm warps to increase the pace of the game from Ultra Prime. Varus hasn't been landing ults to blow cleanses or threaten people. Just controlling a wave clearing mid lane. They're building up in terms of dragons. Maybe Ultra Prime to say, look, we'll win through dragons. Let's not stir anything up that we can't handle right now. Maybe that's their play. But I think that's maybe a little naive. Playing around objectives against poke comp, not always the easiest. Ruinous Atacam feels more powerful than Voracious. Yeah, I think that the flowers give a lot of hidden value which people don't realize. And if you're already winning the game, the Ruinous Atacam is incredibly good for kind of snowballing ahead. I will say the Ruinous Atacam feels really bad if you sneak it when you're behind. If you're behind the game, Ruinous Atacam feels useless because you have no neutral objectives to actually power up. And especially if you take the Ruinous Atacam but you don't take the flowers as well, also feels like you've lost a lot of the benefit. I do think that Voracious, the Guardian Angel, the withdrawals, is really, really good if you use them well. Okay, dragons spawning now. Poke comp online for TT. Can they actually land their shots? Oh, yes they can. Saber potentially could have flashed over for a combo. Wacko also has combos though, and Onyxen has to blow his flare. Saber flashes forwards, and he's gone straight into a solar flare. That could be a problem. He has his teleport, so he'll be safe to come back. Onyxen gonna start to wave clear. Ichian goes straight onto Hoi, has to flash away. Alright, Ultra Prime said, alright, time is now. Let's go fight while we're at full HP rather than losing our HP to the poke. Good double arrow from Wacko. Wacko's having better poke than TT on the whole. Dragon started up. Ultra Prime happy to just gun that one down, and TT aren't going to be given that much time to land their skill shots. They don't have the Leona ults anymore. Dragon's going to get burst down. Is it going to be a steal? No, there isn't. Not even going to be an attempt. Now, is there going to be a fight? No Varus ult. No great ways to start the engage, which means that largely the range will help. But look at the amount of damage that Varus is doing across the place. Varus is so powerful. These situations, he said, hey, it's 1v3 in terms of the poke. Well, not going to lie, I feel like the Varus is just outvaluing. Great play from Wacko. Across the last minute or so. Gets from the dragon, and now suddenly soul point for Ultra Prime. It's a slow burn. Thought TT would be able to get more out of the poke, not gonna lie. Just hasn't been the case. Now Thundertalk in a bit of a precarious spot. Nidalee useless as heck. She is until she lands the spear, which wins you the game around these objectives, but you have to hit your skill shots. For me, the big problem there was Feather's ultimate just not leading to very much. I think it was a bit of a reactionary ult saying, oh, we can do something here, without understanding where the follow-up was. He was in the middle of a minion wave. Too many teammates around him to really capitalize. Oh, Feather has to flash over Shinhao. Realm Warp's coming in. The tanks are tanking it up for now. Meganar comes in, and that's a big Meganar into the wall, but do they have the damage? I don't think they do. 4-man Ezreal looks good, but it doesn't really lead to that much damage. Ultra Prime, they just get 3-man Gnar ulted, and no one gives a damn. Yijiang's on the side lane, takes himself an inner turret. They get themselves a teleport out of setup, a flash out of Feather. Feels like Ultra Prime kind of win from that situation, weirdly. Oh, holy moly. It's been 20 minutes and 4 kills. This is not the LPL I know and love, folks. We sleep in here. I'm reclining. I'm getting cozy. Spaceman has himself a Seekers now. That helps. Seekers on Saber as well. Helps stop some of this kill combos coming through. 1xn going for the Bloodthirst because he wants to shake off some of the Varus poke, and Ultra Prime say, alright, let's force ourselves a fight finally. Shasha, no ult, but he does have the Celestial opposition, and he has himself a flash to force the play if they want. That's a very quickly disappearing Baron. Beatrice's not even going to be there in time. Varus ult hits onto him, and now they run back. Needlework getting some slows down. Feather has no flash, courtesy of that top lane play earlier. Some damage from Setup, but it's not nearly enough. Setup's going to die pretty much uncontested. Baron and a kill, and TT, their poke isn't mattering. Their poke isn't mattering at all. A slow game, and TT not able to use their composition. I think with Setup being quite far behind the game, sadly for him, he can't play out the side lanes he'd like to. He's losing to the Gwen. He lost that 1v1 to the Gwen earlier. I think Ryze beats him in a 1v1 right now. I don't know what Setup's going to do in this chase. Ezreal's gone for a defensive third option for that Bloodthirst. So yeah, it helps you against the Varus, helps you shrug off some damage, but you also need to be able to deal damage too, and that's the problem we've got right now, isn't it? Wacko has the Swift March boots. Look how fast he is, especially with if he pops that Ghost Blade active, he's very, very fast. Spell Shield falls off of him. Baron is going to make it hard to wave clear in, and the siege of the Varus basically becomes very, very potent. Ryze on one side, Gwen on the other. Both of them have teleports. Both of them very strong in an individual situation right now. Feels like TT just don't have options. I think the way that you win this game is by getting like a good Leona combo onto a target, but I don't think Feather's been having the best game ever on Leona right now. Get to walk up, take a turret, more gold in pocket, 3,000 gold Baron power play right now. Now walk towards the top lane lads in a turret. Hoya, Mega Gnar coming up, has flash, could potentially go for engage. He's now down 2,000 gold pretty much, 1,700, so, you know, rounded up I suppose. 3 items on the Gwen. Earlier we were saying, oh wow, the feels like the Gnar's kind of managed to neutralize the Gwen. It's fine in terms of the matchup. What have they actually achieved with it now though? Nothing, and the game started to fall apart. Eugen got himself a couple of turrets. Gold lid exploded. Okay. Dragon in a few seconds. Mountain Soul on the table for Ultra Prime. TT, even if they get this, does it get them back into the game? No, because they can't get a Baron afterwards. Ultra Prime might be poised to go 2-1, folks. This is a good situation for them. Significant gold lead. A Mountain Soul given over for free. Are you kidding me, TT? They give over the soul for free. Ultra Prime getting everything they want. TT just aren't... They don't feel strong. They don't feel like they can walk up. They don't even attempt to do anything around that dragon. What is happening? TT choosing not to give any fight at all. Romo comes in towards Beige one. Egeon pops the Ghost. He has himself Needlework as well. Uses the W to get through the Boulder Toss. Can he get himself another slow? I'm sure they can. No one's coming up to help them. Ezreal and Jace are on opposite sides of the map. Hoya might be able to escape, but... I don't know. What's the counterplay here? You're just pushing out lanes? Hoya still on enemy side of the map. Egeon walking up. Does get slowed. But Hoya might just get shut down at the pass anyway. Flash combo could happen from Xiaoxue if he wants to. I think maybe just commit the flash at this point, folks. And he's going for it anyway. Oh, Xiaoxue. Just flash earlier next time, mate. Hoya might actually make his way out now because Jace is on the same side of the map. This is a bit of a yakety sax moment. The acceleration gate comes through and Hoya will make it out alive. Saber on vision now. Can they do anything with it? No, they can't because the solar flare is so wide. Oh, jeez. Thunder Talk from the team which beat BLG in a best of 5 last split are now failing to do anything in a game versus one of the worst seeded teams in the LPL in a 33-minute game. They are killless. Setup getting ganked early. Shut him down. Bot lane struggling to really have an impact. 1xN, you know, his skill shots have been whatever. They've been fine. But really, Feather, he has struggled, my friends. He has struggled. Mountain Soul to Ultra Prime. Yeah, that's, it's not a good time for TT, is it? Oh boy. 3 going on 4 items for Ultra Prime. 4 going on 5,000 gold lead. Serpent's Fang built up by Wacko. Which will, it'll help cut through the Bloodthirster shield. That's what it'll do for the first shot onto Ezreal. And the Sterex from Nah. Any other shields current? No, not right now. Lock it. Just lock it. That is a thing. EGM. Level 18. Sees level 16 Nidalee on the other side of the rift. Tanks a shot. Walks away. Baron spawning in a minute. I like TT and Ultra Prime as organizations. I'm very fond of these teams, which I've watched for a very long time now, but come on, TT. Give me strength, man. Ultra Prime just slow rolling through the game. Saying, okay, right. Got ourselves a Mountain Soul. Elder in 3 minutes. So TT just saying, let's just survive till Elder. Baron up in 10 seconds. I think they can just go towards that, right? And then, one extend walking forwards. Dodged out in the Varusol, importantly so. Serpent's Fang helping do some extra damage towards Ezreal there. Start healing up with the Bloodthirster all the same. Alright, Baron started up. Is anyone going to answer? There's a Meganar currently. Is there a teleport angle? Yeah, but it's a bit far away. Is this Meganar going to run out before it even goes down? It is! So, the Nas is teleported in for nothing, and now suddenly the Realm Warp's coming in. Do they have any extra combos coming through? Well, Alistair's starting to force the fight. The kick goes onto 1XM, but he makes it out okay. Feather goes down. Again, birds of a feather die together. EGM pops his ult. Ultra Prime once again get themselves a Baron and a single kill onto Feather off of the back of it. Junhao uses his flash, but now suddenly they get to walk in with this Varus, who has been a better poke bot than all 3 poke champions on TT combined. With the Baron buffing up the minions. They'll break this inhibitor, surely. Break the base, finally. I think TT might just be out of options now. What was the plan, TT? Stall? Wait until Elder? Another wave's going to start getting shuffled in to top lane inhibitor. That'll go down surely after this point too. Gwen starts to hit the tower. Ultra Prime playing it like textbook. Saber has flash, maybe can force a play there. Oh, Savarasol landing onto Setup. It's going to do that much damage though. Ichen. Meganar helps put some people under turret, but it's not that much damage. And there's a Zhonya's on Ichen, so he can't even finish off the kill. Null goes down without really achieving anything. Junhao gets a kick, doesn't quite get himself the kill there, but his friends will help him out. Wacko bringing the artillery. Ultra Prime, an unexpected result from them off of day 1 of games, will go 2-1 in their group. Thunder Talk, the team. Okay, one last game today, folks. Alright. Anyone's Legend versus RNG. So AL looked really good today, so it's looking quite unlikely that RNG will pull something off here. But strange things happen, it's a best of 1. This is the second last group in placements. Yes, but we have another round robin for each group anyway. So we have one last game today, and then we have one group tomorrow that hasn't played yet, and then we'll play through all of the groups again. Because they have another best of 1 round robin to do. What happened to RNG? 3 years ago they played Worlds, but now no one seems to have any expectations on them. Well, Xiao, who left the team, who was kind of like the person who really brought them a lot of their success, and they just financially it seems, and contractually it seems like there's a lot of bad vibes going around the team. RNG, anyone's Legend, finishing off their first round robin right here in the best of 1s though.
到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场。
And would you look at that? There's an ignite on Flandre. He is feeling pretty good about this Gwen matchup, I think. Xiaoshu's gone for the ghost. Kind of needed to chase down that Vladimir. There is a world in which Vladimir does go for ghost ignite, actually. But the flashes help with the flashing over needleworks or the snip. Very much help. Anything else interesting? No, not really. Ignites for both supports. No exhaust here today, or heals or barriers. Well, okay, barrier for Hope. That's not what I meant. Conqueror for Ezreal, not going for the lethal tempo. And we'll see ourselves into our early game plan. Starting on red buff on bot side. Starting on blue buff on the bot side for the other side of this duo of, well, matchup. Tarzan. Hope's going to set it in the brush. Trying to throw out a Q3. Does get onto Jachi. Yeah, want to get onto the AD carry if you can. He's going to be able to throw another Q out. He is. Gets onto Niket. That's nice because it gets rid of the bone plating. There was actually a chance that Kyle could have started Zenith Blade there. If you start Zenith Blade, you get the Sunlight passive onto both of the enemy bot lane there if you get it through both of them. Potential of good damage there. RNG, 0-2. Sadly for them, might end up being... Oh, Niket just uses mount up on the moves. He wanted to get level 2 early, that's why. That's why it looks a little strange there. Stealing some resist. Gets a knockup. Doesn't get the level 2. Ah, Jachi doesn't quite get it. Have to flash out immediately because he doesn't want to get stunned up in place. I think Jachi, not quite getting level 2 Niket. Misunderstanding maybe when the level 2 is coming in. Flash easily burned there. I'm sure they expect level 2 to come in total quite so quickly from anyone's legend either, actually. Oh, yeah. This is the thing, by the way. On the Chinese client, Vladimir's particles are, they're kind of like blacked out for like censorship reasons because of blood and whatever. It used to be white instead of that. Hang on, what's happening here? There could be someone going towards topside. That's what they're playing with Fog of War. And that's exactly what it is. The Q doesn't land. Does Flandre have himself a pool? Yes, he does. Healing up a little bit. Does have flash. Decides to use it. Ignite, flash, both used. Flandre on the Conqueror Vladimir. Getting some good damage early on, but is interrupted early. That is a bit of a problem. Xiaoshu using the Ghost, though, means that it's not unanswered. Now, actually, maybe Tarzan can go for a quick play up towards topside. What's happening with the wave state here? Is he going to be pushing in slowly towards Vladimir? That could be a bit of a problem for Gwen if they go up towards it. Yeah, Xiaoshu has overstayed here. Ah, friend, that's not it. Oh, tries to stay, and he's just died. Oh, Xiaoshu, the hard work was done, son. And now he'll have to teleport back into lane in 10 seconds. Maybe he'll be able to force Flandre off the wave, but they had a ward there. I think he thought that Tarzan heading off the wards down the river thought that, oh, he won't be here again, but he shows on the wave too easily. Tarzan, they didn't have proper eyes on him. Goes down so easily there. Big mistake by Xiaoshu. And Flandre gets himself first blood off of that. Well, isn't that typical for a Hemomancer, isn't it? He's got all the blood. He has all the blood. Tarzan returning top again. Xiaoshu, no ghost, no teleport. Niket's on the roam, as is Milky Way, but are they going to be there fast enough? I don't know if they are. I think they will be at this point, actually. Tarzan now actually needs to be quite careful. Has flash. Niket might go for a Hex flash play. Indeed, that looks to be it. I think Milky Way might have showed a little too easily there. Tarzan does have flash. Is he going to have to use it? Don't think so. Stun onto Flandre. I'll answer that much. Milky Way has flash. He wants to go for a Q flash play on someone, but with Vladimir pool, no option there. Shanks losing the early lane a little bit in terms of the trades. Wow, actually, hang on. He's very much losing the early lane. Tongyuan's having a great time against Shanks. 10 CS up. Shanks' early laning not been fantastic here, actually, in today's games. Against Saber earlier, was taking hard trades, losing them, but also keeping up in CS. You couldn't complain about that. He was keeping up in CS, whatever, right? This time, though, losing out in hard trades, going 10 CS behind. Now, that is actually a problem. Tongyuan hasn't used his teleport yet. Tongyuan probably does actually need to recall now, though, because he's down in HP. That's exactly what he does. Full wave clip. Strength and Tongyuan going back to base on this wave, probably. EU Aurora don't get leads that big. No, they don't. Level 6 hit by Shanks. Doesn't get the flash out of Tongyuan. Would have been nice to get that there. And yeah, I do think that LPL Aurora regionally has been good. Has been good. Hoping Kyle doing okay in the spot lane matchup. Niket, at least by flashing, had use for the Hex Flash. Just unlocked Hex Flash, obviously. Cream plays a mean in Aurora, except when he goes international. Yeah, that's been our experience of him, sadly. Yeah, LPL Aurora has been good. We played an awful lot. We play with Vi because it means that you're so good at following up, kind of, you know, like a different version of the Ahri. Vi goes forward, the Aurora combo just always lands at that point. It's a hell of a lot of damage. Xiaoshu pushing another wave topside. He's going to be 15 CS down. That's nasty. Flandre holding the wave as well. Has level 6, can take a bit of damage because he can just walk away and regen afterwards. Yeah, this is good laning from Flandre. Flandre's had a great day today. Ooh, good flash over there, but Niket does blow that flash for free. What's happening with Kai'Sa's lane bot side? Niket's out of lane. Is Kai'Sa able to get farm? I don't think she is. So that does mean that Jiaqi is losing some value here. Oh my god, it's another wave being pulled. That's two full waves which have been lost by Xiaoshu. This is some very, very bad wave control for RNG's topside. And again, Flandre doesn't need to worry about being chipped down by the wave because he can just regen back up. One of the better things about Vladimir, if he holds the wave and just keep queuing it. Safely regen. He's got himself a Kindle gem. He's got some cooldown reduction. Tarzan not wanting to smite. Oh, he does actually. The overlay lied to me. Gets himself to level 6. Milkway a little bit behind on that. And yeah, folks, if you didn't watch Flandre's start of his career, which I have to say I need to go back and watch more of, such an impressive thing. Level 6 from Jiaqi, potential play, hit good damage onto level 4 Kyle. Good stun on there too, passive leading onto Leona, but that's a ult from the Sejuani, and a kill goes over to anyone's legend to start off things. Jiaqi jumps over the wall, he's starting to stack up his lethal tempo, can get more damage onto that. Shanks misses his ultimate, and Tarzan is stuck on the wrong side of the wall. Jiaqi doesn't have himself, well, he could have maybe flashed over, chooses not to. Tongyuan chooses to do so instead though, and picks up a second kill. 2 for 2 in the bot side. You know, it was Legend, very bold of them there to be making such a big play into the enemy jungle. That's what TT did against them in the game just before this point, which was how they snowballed the game away from them. Flandre now has a 30 CS lead in topside, briefly. He'll be evening up to more like a 25 CS lead after this point. But Flandre, what a lane dominance performance he has. If you didn't watch the start of Flandre's career, as I was saying before, go back and watch 2015 to 2016, everything up until 2019. Of course, he won Worlds in 2021, but he didn't make it internationally for a long time. But oh my god, he was so good regionally. Tarzan starts off the things by ulting onto the cat. He doesn't get to use his abilities, but it does mean that you have a full HP Vi, level 6, doing a lot of work, and no one's really interrupted the Kai'Sa either. What a great ult from Shanks. Not sure that changes too much. Maybe could have killed Milky Way. Talking about flash forwards and maybe trying to catch Hope at the same time. I was wondering whether Jiaqi could have flashed over the wall and kept auto-attacking. Chose not to, though. And now he keeps his summoners, so he's happy with the next phase of play now, having summoner advantage on the bot lane. Alrighty. Dragon up, grubs up in a minute. I was briefly distracted, folks. Last game of the day. It's been a long one, folks. Okay. Still, 30 CS lead in topside. 1,000 gold in just farm on top side from Flandre. He is a happy camper, he is. Anything else worth noting? Grove spawning now. Dragon not started. Gonna get ourselves some form of trade up there. Flandre has so much control over top side. Xiaoxi's used his teleport, so we can't impact the map. Flandre has Ignite. Not looking to impact the map. Wants to get that lane advantage. He's used it very well so far. Who scales better? Well, there's always a bit of a question about that, but for me it's anyone's legend that does it. They have way better tanks on the whole. Kyle has level 6, both supports getting themselves aftershock. Kyle gets himself the center blade over the play, not choosing to use his ult. Niket gets out safely. Both supports trading their defensive tools. Niket needs to mount up before he can go for a crash down with his flash. Hope going in. That's a Tarzan ult onto the Vi, who immediately exploded. It's absolute pandemonium. 4v4 on the bot side, leading to a 1-for-2 as it stands. Into the 2v3, Tongyuan and Jachi have enough damage to be a real threat here. Hope has himself a flash, and he'll have to use it, but it's a flash follow from the Kai'Sa and makes it a 2-for-3 in favor of RNG. Jachi really well played there to follow up the play. No one really focusing down the carries well enough on RNG. The Sejuani ultimate goes onto the Vi, which is fine in terms of the damage there, but the Vi still gets to cast ult, and the carries aren't really perturbed at all. Now watch this again, right? So Milky Way goes in and gets hit. He gets hit by a lot of stuff. He gets hit by 3 ultimates: Ezreal, Sejuani, and Yoda. Gets blasted, but none of that lands onto the Aurora, who has red buff now. He can start hopping and using that very well. Good Q, double Q across. That's nice. And the red buff, the slow, means a lot. Jachi gets to stack up his lethal tempo. Tongyuan body blocks for him, so there's no random Ezreal Q that can do a lot of damage. Well played from the carries there of Tongyuan and Jachi. Milky Way is going to take down Grubs 4-2 in the final score of Grubs. So, anyone's legend. Not really the fight they wanted to give over that. Bit sloppy. Reminder that that's a 4v4 without the strongest member of anyone's legend by far, the Vladimir. The Vladimir is very, very strong. Eventually, this is going to come to a point where I think RNG feel confident, and then Flandre drops like an ult and an E and a power Q, and then suddenly just half your backline disappears. And that's without considering the fact that Kyle and Shanks could just ping someone with their ultimates too. Good gold on the carries though, of Jachi and Tongyuan. Xiaoxu, not really sure how much value he's going to have in this game. The problem is, Gwen is very gold efficient. Good right now because their early game means they get towards... Yeah. I completely forgot what I was saying then. Jachi, no flash, needs to be careful here. Tarzan has ultimate and might force the cleanse. Cleanse is used there. There is some extra CC from the cleanse, and Jachi ults away from the play, goes on to Kyle instead. Good save from him. Shanks going forwards, but he doesn't quite get himself the kill until he pulls his ultimate. Wasn't sure he was going to use it there. Goes through, uses the flash. Jachi, clever escape at first, but not enough for the end of the fight. Kill pulled back. 1-for-1 though, Kyle goes down. I think getting the kill onto Jachi more important though. It is that shutdown. Kill onto Shanks too, importantly so. Say that is important now. Another kill goes onto Tongyuan too. Very, very powerful Banui. Stun onto Tarzan. Yeah, Tongyuan's got a lot of gold here, but Shanks does have better consistent damage. It is still Yone. Doesn't have the ult. That was all the same. The cat flying in the turret gets himself the shield. While all this is happening, CS lead and top lane has increased to 40. Maybe even, well, might even force out another teleport here as well from Xiaoxu. We're getting himself another wave. Push in. Plates have fallen, so none of those plates to be taken on top side. Manifesting the upset. Well, I mean, RNG are playing pretty well so far. I think that, the Aurora and the Kai'Sa, very mobile, very good at following up on plays, covering each other right now very well. However, we just haven't seen the Vladimir in the plays. We haven't seen the Vladimir, and that is the terrifying thing. RNG are ahead in gold, by a slight amount, but Flandre is so far ahead individually. Yes, it means that the rest of the team of anyone's legend are behind significantly, but Vladimir is one of those champions where if he gets enough gold, he can carry almost anything. Vladimir is one of the most skill scaling and gold scaling champions in the game. Kind of like a gangplank as well, I suppose. If you have a good enough Vladimir player, you can do anything. Milky Way heading towards topside. Flaundry has himself flash. But it's really hard to make a player's Vi onto that Vladimir. He has Cosmic Drive stacked up. He had Swiftness Boots. Has himself flash. They're going in towards a play. Jungle support caught up in the combo by Niket. The resistance is starting to get shred. Jachi untouched. For now, here comes Vladimir, but can they finish the kill? He gets himself into a W, and that is a lot of healing back, but it's not enough. It's not enough. Flaundry goes down using both summoners, and the Fed member of the Vladimir can't do enough because Shanks isn't at the play either. They run out of damage. And RNG pick up some great kills in topside. Vladimir down. Sejuani, Leona down. They're winning in the jungle support battle. And the Vladimir, too early into the game for him to be going for like one-shot plays like that. Shanks gets himself a tower on the other side. He'll be happy to get that individual gold onto the Yone, but some big decision-making mistakes from anyone's Legend, the way that we weren't seeing earlier in the day. Well, not in their last game anyway. So, Kyle goes forwards, only gets onto Milky Way though. They don't get onto Tangon, they don't get onto Jiachi. Really good hop away from Tongyuan in there, by the way. Gets away from the initial EQ of the Vladimir. And Vladimir gets flipped back by Niket. Niket stays on the middle of that Sanguine pool and says, alright, you're going to hop out of that, I'll flip you back. Really good engage from Niket there to catch out Tarzan and Kyle. Really good play from him. He's had a difficult day so far. I loved his debut. Niket was one of the most exciting players to watch at the start of last summer. Couldn't really follow that up meaningfully. But this has been a good game from him so far. Vladimir isn't a real champ. Even a Malphite would have been better here. The thing is, you say that for now until Vladimir hits like 3 items, and then everything goes very badly wrong. Flandre doesn't have the power to do that right now. Eventually, with the amount of lane presence he has, we shall see exactly what Vladimir can do. As we said, Flandre is Vladimir, a champion of the past, which he used very, very well in his early career. Well, his mid-career, really. Not at 2015, but more like towards... It's like 2017, 2018, maybe 2019. Right. Herald. Obviously claimed by RNG. They can use that at some point if they so wish. Dragon apiece. Xiaoshu reclaiming some gold again now. Riftmaker helps a little bit. Not really seeing the Gwen have much time to do much, really. Which, you know, partly just because Flandre has been dominating the lane so hard. This is very important. If Gwen is actually becoming a meta pick, and we'll see how long that lasts for how many patches and whatever. But if that means you can play Vladimir into it, that opens up a lot of different options. Because Vladimir as an AP carry top lane opens up full AD compositions the rest of the map. Tongyuan getting focused onto. That Benoy hair-footing it across the map. Flandre no Ghost is worth noting. Vladimir often a Ghost running champion because he really loves to have that ability to charge up the E while he's running at you with supersonic speeds. Bit of the caster curse going on? Yeah, it was a bit. Gwen late game is OP? Yeah, it is. Gwen late game is very, very good. However, Vladimir late game is also insane. He's going towards a Riftmaker right now. Giving him that increased damage as combat keeps going on. Jachi, the strong point of power as well. Worth noting though, I guess we'll point this out. 5-0 and 3, 2-0 and 1 has not actually led to a gold advantage. Shanks is actually even there. Slightly ahead even. Milky Way potentially could go forwards for play good. Ult from Hope gets some damage down. Tarzan trying to dissuade the play. Because remember, they don't have the teleport on their top laner. And if Xiaoshu is away from that lane, you need to be very careful. Because Flandre can't join, Xiaoshu could. And that's why they throw out the Sejuani ult there. They don't particularly want to be dealing with an uneven fight. AL is fine, full map control, only 700 gold behind. Yep, I think you're completely right. That being said, it's a little bit of a shame that they threw that earlier play. However, the later this game goes, the better it becomes for Vladimir. Better it becomes for Yone as well. Herald into mid lane. Mid lane turret's going to die. Means that RNG can reclaim some of that map control. So while they're not winning on side lanes, they're doing pretty well at pushing through mid lane as it stands. Yuntal and Hurricane for Jiachi is worth noting. That's pretty good, being able to hit multiple targets at once. If you're hitting both tank frontliners at once, if Sejuani and Leona are in the same spot, you get a lot of increased damage if you're going onto both of them. Probably going towards a Lord Dominus Regards, I suppose, after that one. Well, I mean, you do really want Rage Blade a lot of the time, but the double stack your passive. We'll see what he ends up going towards, but still. Jiachi, no Rage Blade in this build. Higher crit, though. Much higher crit. Good AD. Tarzan going over the wall, but once again, look, the frontliners not in a great position there for Tarzan. Milky Way going forwards again, had to flash out of that initial play. Tarzan still has his ult too. So, not great to lose your flash there on Milky Way. He's 1,000 gold ahead, worth noting. Going towards a, either a Black Cleaver or a Sterak's next. I wonder which one's more useful, actually. In a full 8, well, I guess the Kai'Sa is more AD this game. But, still, worth ruminating about. The Sterak's could be very useful against the Sejuani Leona, even if it gives you less individual power. Flandre? This is nasty, right? He could just push out this wave for free, just chooses to make sure that the extra minions die, kills another 2 ranged minions, ekes out another little bit of an advantage, keeps the CS lead at about 30 to 40. Yeah, it is crit Kai'Sa. It is crit Kai'Sa. We've seen a lot of different Kai'Sa builds, obviously. This one gives you wave clear without having to go for Shiv, which is nice, obviously. Also worth noting that Hurricane will proc your... It will give you multiple cooldown refunds on your E and your supercharger. That was one of the release builds for Kai'Sa, actually, back in Season 8. You go for Hurricane because it meant that, yes, your passive applied to multiple people, but it also meant you almost had permanent E uptime for the extra attack speed. So we'll see how Jiachi plays this one out. Looks like he's going towards the Infinity Edge next. Should be hella large damage. Not necessarily good at armor shredding, but there's no real armor on the other side because there's so much AP. Which is fine. Makes sense. Tarzan walking forwards will not get himself the blue buff. Stolen away by Milky Way. Not the team-wide blue buff, of course, just yet. It has to be after Baron spawn for that one, which is now at 25 minutes. Atakan on the table. Yone backing. Has himself 2 items. He himself a little bit more than that. Quick catch onto Tarzan. That's a lot more damage than I think he was expecting. And suddenly, Kyle goes into the play. It's onto the front line, the damage right now. It's onto Milky Way and Niket. Milky Way no flash. And Niket goes back in, gets himself some damage down. Aurora gets a combo afterwards. What is Tangyuan doing, though? He flashes away from his ultimate. Jiachi and Xiaoshu plowing through some damage, but is it enough to clean up? They've lost 1 already, lost 2 already. But suddenly, Shanks starts to ult forwards, and he gets himself the Kai'Sa. Vladimir's down, though, and Gwen trying to regen through Hope, cleaning up the play. It is a mess. It goes back and forth and back again. Hope, can he get himself a combo onto Milky Way? If he gets a Q on target, could end up killing him. Doesn't use it. Blastcone gets him in E range, and autos will do the rest of it. Hope, the sole survivor of the play as Niket respawns. Starts up the dragon. RNG. Lose the fight 5 for 4. Close run thing. It felt like a fight of 3 acts. The initial play onto the front line from Anyone's Legend was good. Hope actually peels off the dragon. Doesn't feel like he can stay here with respawns potentially coming in with teleports. But look at this, right? The initial play is like, okay, it's frontline for frontline. Milky Way and Niket take a lot of damage from Ezreal and the Solar Flare, but the carries are largely fine. That's okay. Then Niket's like, look, I'm not getting out of this. I gotta go back in. And they catch Vladimir with so much damage. But then Tangyuan, he uses his E, which pumps him back into the back of his R, which means that he's out of position. That's why he's out there. He tries to get a full combo onto the Vladimir, but instead puts himself into danger because of the nature of his ultimate. Jiachi takes a hell of a lot of damage from basically the Hemo Plague and a bit of extra follow-up damage from that too. If Aurora doesn't get out of position heavily like that, you have to feel like it goes so much better for RNG, especially with how much power Tangyuan had. Hope the only survivor. Now 3 items. Powerful Ezreal. See whether Jiachi can get himself to Infinity Edge for the next big fight. Wow, big damage onto the Vladimir. But he gets himself into the W. Time! The W! Not enough to save from the Q, which it applied already. Pulls back. And Flandre dies to the weirding. Suddenly, the gold lead for the Vladimir was over 1,000, down to only 300 gold. Ultimate misses onto Milky Way. No flash, no ultimate. Can they catch him anyway? Sejuani passive, doing work, but is it doing enough? Yes, it is, alongside the rest of the team's damage. And suddenly, though there might have been a pick onto the Vladimir, it may have just led to a smiteless Atakan contest. Anyone with Legends say, all right, 1 for 1, but you don't have your neutral objective take now. Gwen on the other side of the map without a teleport. Anyone's Legend starting to go towards the voracious Atakan. There is no teleport for Tarzan right now. Still on cooldown. Jachi and Tanyuan back out on the map, but Niket dies. Atakan starting to really start to shred them, and that means that Jachi sees an angle to go in. No flash. Shanks ends up getting a knockup onto Tanyuan. Is that enough? The Atakan's going lower and lower. Is it going to get finished? It's so close. 1,000 HP with no smite, and it goes to RNG and Jachi. Jachi has so much damage, and it's a triple kill to the Kaiser, a quadra kill to the Kaiser. Jachi, my friend. Rookie AD carry. Pulling the moves over anyone's legend. Using the resist shred. Tarzan. I was thinking, oh, surely smiteless contest. But his smite was already on cooldown itself. They couldn't smite it. It was on cooldown. And anyone's legend fumble. Another big fight. The Infinity Edge for Jachi. So huge in that play. No, it's not the AP poke. It's not the Rage Blade. But the crit Kaiser is definitely valuable too. I mean, what do we make of this, folks? The smite's down, but you're getting shredded, and you use so many of your cooldowns onto Niket, who hits an ult, which also shreds because of the Rel passive. Look how much damage the Atakan does after this point. So Jachi says, screw it, I'm going in. He has the items for it. Shanks goes onto the Aurora. Does get good damage down, but again, Atakan is helping with the assist. The GA goes onto the frickin' Kaiser Q, who then gets the supercharger uptime again. Kills the Sejuani before they can get that Q uptime. W comes off a cooldown, gets the kill. Insane stuff from Jachi. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Anyone's legend now have to deal with everyone with withdrawals available from RNG. There's a 700 gold lead to the Gwen now, not to the Vladimir. Anyone's legend, I don't think they played very well around not having a teleport on their top laner. I think that they've chosen poor fights. I think their front line has been caught up by this Rel time and time again. They've not actually done that much work on catching the back line. If the fight's gone front line to front line, it has felt like RNG have won. Because the Aurora and the Kaiser have been doing so much work. Shashu goes forward with the W. Going through the E. Good damage. Oh! Massive combo coming through, but where's the follow-up? The Solar Flare comes through, but it's not a kill. Remember, they have the GAs, the withdrawals coming through. Jachi starting to get the lethal tempo ticking. It's going, and he's going forward for even more damage. The slow from a team-wide red buff will slow down Hope. Will it be enough to get themselves a kill? No, it won't. Hope outplays and kills the Gwen in return with that withdrawal. Now, suddenly, Jachi is in a little bit of trouble now. Uses the ultimate to reposition himself, but not before. He takes down the Yoni and flashes over a Q, and the Ezreal's gone down too. A trade. It's going to be a straight kill onto Jachi as the GA times out. But what a play from the young AD carry of RNG. Hot Rod stuff, 10-3 and 10. Does this lead to anything more? They had the Baron buff. No, it doesn't. They're not going to stay for a Nexus turret, but they get themselves an inhibitor. And RNG, I am sorry for not believing. I was asked earlier multiple times, do they have a chance of an upset? Well, not really compared to how anyone's legends have been playing. I am a liar, folks, and I was not a believer. RNG, insane snowball from them. Great carry from that plays from their carries. Jachi, what a performance from this guy. Tanyuan walks over, does the asteroid special and just jumps forward and shreds by using that gap close as the ultimate. But really the star of the show is Jachi. Jachi has been judging these plays so well, using the hypercharger to get his EJ uptime. Goes invisible. Watch this, man. Flashes over the Q. That would have been the kill. Gets his passive afterwards. Crit. Niket ends up getting a little bit of extra CC. Leads to the trade. I will say, though, in that 1-for-1, of course, Hope gets more value out of that because it ends up being a shutdown. But still, the flashy play goes to Jachi. Dragon going over to RNG now. A Guardian Angel picked up by Jachi, by the way. That's kind of terrifying because, one, it gives you resist, and the Mountain Dragon will amp them up. And two, if you're already trading 1-for-1, no, you're not, actually. You're trading 1 for an item. 5-minute cooldown. Hex Drinker picked up for Hope. That's not going to help him against the Kaiser anyway, that much either. Because it's the crit build. Much less magic damage on this build. The Q being a lot of your damage, which is physical damage. Your passive is, of course, magic damage. And your W, but still. Jachi making great use out of this AD Kaiser, full AD crit Kaiser. Not a Rage Blade in sight. Anyone's Legend had a really good platform this game. But they just couldn't play through the Vladimir. He's like 2,000 gold behind. So's the jungle, so's the AD carry. Mid lane, slight advantage to Shanks, but Shanks hasn't been able to get onto the back line either. Someone needs to kill these carries. Someone's needed to kill these carries the whole bloody game. It's just not been clean. They've been managing to get some damage onto the front line. Catch out Niket every now and then, but it doesn't matter if you're catching Niket, and if the back line is happy to capitalize on the cooldowns being down. The amount of times we've seen 3, 4 ultimates thrown onto Milky Way or Niket, and not onto Jachi and Tongyuan, has been too much in this game. And Annual's Legend might actually be seeing themselves go equal with Ultra Prime to be tied first in the group. Well, not tied first because Ultra Prime lost their head-to-head, but be equal in 2-1 record. Inhibitor down in the bot lane, spawning in a few minutes. Mid lane, soon to fall after this, it feels like. Xiaoxu using the W, and the Tarzan Sejuani goes into the Harrowed Mist. The Hallowed Mist. Oh, man. Tarzan's ultimate. Not valuable there. Not valuable at all. One of the better Sejuani players of all time. One of the best Sejuani players of all time in Tarzan. Not having a great aim on a hit. Losing the frontline to frontline battle. Teleport back into the mid lane from Xiaoxu. Completes that Zhonya's his extra stats. Had the Seekers already, of course. Trying to do some tutorial League of Legends to take down that third inhibitor now. Jachi has that GA, has level 17. He is in a very good spot. I'll use some hope to try and get some wave clear. Of course, there's no Baron to keep that siege up. The Solar Flag comes through as well, but it's just wave clear. Just wave clear ultimate. Shanks doing the same thing to Superman, who's on the other side. Feels like Shanks, despite being 7-3, has not really been able to do that much. I guess the rest of his team's behind, but I have a lot of questions about how Annual's Legend have approached these team fights. To be a top team in the LPL, you must be a good team fighting team. And Annual's Legend were last split, and they were earlier today. But this one has not really been it. Definitely seems like Annual's Legend have not been able to find their targets effectively, not been able to get towards the backline in a way which is effective enough. Tarzan's going to trade sweepers. The Tongyuan jumps forwards with that Q, spotting him on the sweeper. Trades a little bit of HP for HP, has a lot of magic resist. Shanks trying to stack up that Q. They spot the Baron getting started. Tongyuan trying to get some poke down, get some onto Shanks. Milky Way hovers over the wall, and they go on to Flandre, force the W. That feels like it's a mistake for Milky Way, potentially, and that's actually Aurora getting caught by Shanks. Shanks does get his value, and the Aurora goes down. What about Jachi? What can he do? Can he do anything? Xiaoxu! Maybe it's Xiaoxu, maybe it's not about Jachi. There is a GA, and Xiaoxu there as well. It feels like, though, with a triple kill for Flandre, it just doesn't matter, for all RNG have fought and strived. They have hit the ground just the same. Anyone's Legend stave off the Baron attempt, and for the first time, Shanks finds a carry into the backline at the start of a fight, and RNG can't clean up. Flandre, triple kill. Anyone's Legend will break open the mid lane and maybe gain control of this game. How soon do they peel back off for the Baron? They'll leave Flandre alone there. Triple kill for him, savior of that team fight alongside Shanks. And RNG, they will be shaking their heads at that one. Felt like the game was in their hands, didn't it? Good old Tongyuan completely caught out by Shanks. Completely caught out by him. We'll need to watch that again. I guess he just gets hit by a full combo by a 4-item Yone at the end of the day. Guess there's not much to be said more about that one. And while Xiaoxu and Jachi had some great mid-fight damage, wasn't enough. So Tongyuan looking for the poke around the side of things. Flandre blows his W early, but that's not a great fight ultimate. It's just a straight ult over the wall. Catches him. He gets caught in his ult animation. Tongyuan dies to the E pop back, which is max rank now. If you have max rank of E, your mirrored damage goes through even further. That's a great angle for the Gwen. I thought that would be enough, but Kyle not able to get enough done there. Jachi soloed out. And the Vladimir's just running rampant. Sejuani's been thrown back in live, though. Dragon in 20 seconds. No soul as it stands. Milky Way, can you get a better ult this time? There was no follow-up onto the Flandre Vladimir the last time around. Tongyuan going forwards and gets a good combo onto Kyle. Is that going to be enough to get a kill? Kyle gets some CC back, and Shanks misses his ult. That's important. That's one of their big tools gone, but that's a 3-man E from Flandre, and Shanks gets his Q. Again, the damage is starting to come through from all maps. Everyone does so much damage, and it's Xiaoxu this time, which actually can carry the fight. Hope goes through into a Zhonya's, but is it enough? Does he have another E? Yes, he does for now, but he doesn't have the damage. Xiaoxu cleans up, and the Gwen hits it home. Anyone's Legend reclaimed control of the game, but they threw it just as quick, despite having themselves the Baron buff. There's a Nexus turret alive. Xiaoxu can't run towards it immediately. But with these death timers, RNG, despite the throw at the Baron, will have made it to a win against anyone's Legend. There will be no 3-0 group in the first round robin. RNG completely upset, and anyone's Legend fall to them. Alright folks, I'm gonna radio over to Bardonet because he said hi earlier and he carried me in arena, so go say hi to him. If you're watching on YouTube, I'll stop the streams now. Thank you so much for joining on YouTube, and everyone, join